guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden spent part of his time Monday on the campaign trail in the battleground state of Wisconsin. The president telling supporters in Madison about new efforts to forgive student loan debt for over 30 million Americans. This as the Supreme Court ruled against President Biden earlier this year.
Tens of millions of people's debt was literally about to get canceled. But then some of my Republican friends and elected officials and special interests sued us, and the Supreme Court blocked us. Well, that didn't stop us. No, I mean it sincerely. We continue to find alternatives paths to reduce student debt payments.
The president also not a fan of former President Donald Trump's position on abortion, which was released on Monday.
President Biden criticizing Donald Trump for his position on abortion. In a statement on Monday, Biden asserted the former president bears responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade and alleged that Trump would endorse a national abortion ban if elected. The statement follows Trump's release of a video where he expressed his belief that abortion laws should be determined by individual states.
USA's John Schaefer with that report. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is delivering remarks on the floor about a security supplemental as the chamber returns to session work Monday. The Republican leader urging Congress to pass the aid that would go towards helping American allies, adding it's essential for the United States in terms of its global status.
If America intends to remain the primary guarantor of our own security, we have to lead by example. Congress has an opportunity to do that.
Crews are continuing to remove cargo containers from the ship that crashed into Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge last month, causing it to collapse. Coast Guard officials saying they're making progress towards removing the last pieces of the bridge from the ship so they can take the weight off it and start to move it. This is USA News.
Every day, our brave military men and women, along with their families, make tremendous sacrifices for our freedom. Patriotic Hearts, a nonprofit organization, is dedicated to supporting these heroes and their families in their times of need. By donating your unwanted card to Patriotic Hearts, you'll be supporting job transition and job fair programs, veteran entrepreneurship, counseling, and retreats for combat veterans and their spouses. Call 800-804-7211. You'll receive a tax deduction, and we'll arrange a free pickup at your convenience. Imagine the difference you can make in the lives of those who have given so much for our country. Your car donation will directly impact military families, veterans, providing them with the support they desperately need. Call 800-804-7211. You can become a part of something bigger. Join us in our mission to uplift and honor our military community. Call 800-804-7211 to donate your unwanted car to Patriotic Hearts.
Millions of Americans on Monday were peeking at the skies in hopes of catching a glimpse of the total solar eclipse that was moving across much of the country. A massive crowd gathered at a watch party in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They cheer as the eclipse begins. The next total solar eclipse to cross the continental United States won't occur for about 20 years. Members of the House are divided over the issue of funding U.S. allies in tackling the southern border. House Speaker Mike Johnson is poised to present a foreign funding bill to help countries like Ukraine and Taiwan, but some in his conference say they won't support money going overseas before the southern border is handled. Texas Republican Congressman Ronnie Jackson says there's a leak in the grand old party.
It's unfortunate, but Speaker Johnson's kind of in an unwinnable position right now. He tries to come up with the strategy and to push this stuff through, but we have a lot of leaks within our own conference, and so if you declare what we're going to do publicly within our conference, it leaks out and it undermines the strategy, and we have to start over.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. The Senate back in session on Monday. Meanwhile, the House comes back on Wednesday. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Would you looky there? Hey, guess what? We survived. Yeah, we're back to do it again. So all the gloom and doom predictions, the end of the world, the solar eclipse. Oh, my goodness. Now, where do we go from here? Now what? We got to come up with some sort of conspiracy theory. I don't know about your part of the country, but with all the forecast of cloud cover, ugly weather, it turned out to be a downright, darn near perfect day for our area here in Southwest Ohio. I know tons and tons of people had headed up to Indianapolis. Apparently was a big destination. Right there in the heart of totality. And as anticipated, we see the traffic jams ensued for hours and hours. I mean, I can take you to the update that came out of Indy at 9:30 p.m. just a few hours ago, less than 3 hours ago, stating that the traffic congestion map show drivers traveling on I-65 northbound toward Chicago are still experiencing backups between Indianapolis and Lafayette, Indiana. Most of the rest of the state by that point had cleared out, but earlier in the evening they had advisories for I-69 moving slow for several hours. US 41 southbound traffic was still moving slowly into Henderson, Kentucky. So folks from all the surrounding states had made their way in. Earlier, shortly after the conclusion of totality, traffic maps showed Interstate 65 northbound towards Chicago in the dark red for nearly that entire stretch between Indianapolis and Lafayette. Boy, oh boy. Commuters headed for Illinois via I-74 weren't seeing much better luck, as that interstate also was packed heavy with traffic. Hopefully everybody made it to their destinations safely and enjoyed the eclipse this past day. So that's in the books. And it is, well, for the lower 48, it'll be another 20 years. I don't know. I'd be 80 years old at that time. Boy, we'll see. I could only hope, right? Meanwhile, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios here. As we close out Eclipse Monday, turn the page on the calendar, 9th day of April for 2024. As we had the Weather Channel on, kind of following the coverage, they had reporters all along that path, starting in southern Texas. Stephanie Abrams was the very first in the U.S. To be on the ground showing totality. They actually started all the way down in Mazatlan, Mexico, and just kind of continued through the lower 48. There was a lot of cloud cover there for Stephanie, but she was just thrilled to death, as there were occasionally enough breaks in the cloud to see the ring around the corona of the sun. And on north we went. Jim Cantore, no less, was stationed there in Indianapolis, where they had ideal conditions. Turned out to be a beautiful day. Temperatures had warmed into the mid-70s. I went to bed. I said, I've got to get some sleep if I'm going to get up and try to be up for a few hours in the middle of the afternoon. I guess it was just a little bit after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The grandson comes in and said, "Hey, there's a little piece cut out of the moon." I said, "What do you mean?" The sun. He said, "It's starting." I said, "Okay, all right." So anyway, we get up and in and out. It was a beautiful, being in 99.9% totality at the home 20. We did not get the totality. I know, as they say, there is a major difference. It didn't get totally dark, but it was really, really, that was the best eclipse I've ever actually been in. As you could definitively tell, the sun was all but gone. What would it be? 1/1000th of the sun was still shining. Could not take the solar eclipse glasses off, but turned out to be a beautiful day. And the forecasters were correct in stating there were concerns about weather breaking out in parts of the South, Texas into Louisiana, for those millions of travelers that would be headed back north, south, east, and west from that totality zone. And indeed, we are seeing some strong thunderstorms at this hour continuing. Say areas from north of Abilene to south of Wichita Falls, Texas. Eastward, not quite to Dallas. Dallas is kind of in a break zone, but severe thunderstorms in that zone. A lot of rain from eastern Texas, from, say, due east of Dallas. Heavy rains from Shreveport, Louisiana to Jackson, Mississippi. Northward into the southern half of Arkansas. This Travelers Weather, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions, as we kick things off this Tuesday morning. A storm that will unload torrential rain over the south central states this week, and a broadening risk, flood risk, Yeah, small streams and some rivers from Texas to Tennessee. AccuWeather forecasters tell us severe thunderstorms, including those that could spawn tornadoes, are also a prime concern. A storm's going to move slowly. It's going to gain strength as it tracks from Texas eventually toward Ohio as it kind of lumbers along, tapping into copious amounts of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and releasing that through heavy rain and locally intense thunderstorms. Some of these numbers here, a large area where 4 to 8 inches of rain is likely to fall exist, including northeast Texas, central and northern Louisiana, central and southern Arkansas, and much of Mississippi. One particular pocket near what they call the tri-state area of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas is projected to receive 8 to 12 inches of rain. They're saying this zone has a possibility of maybe even some 15-inch totals. This is going to be major flooding if this really comes to fruition. Now, the amount of rain forecast to fall is equal to or greater than the entire month's worth, and it's going to come down in 3 or 4 days' time. The seasonal average for rainfall in the month of April for Shreveport, for example, is 5.19 inches. Jackson, Mississippi would be a little less than 6. Both of these locations and many others will reach or exceed those levels between now and the end of the week. In several days, a month's worth of rain. Even outside that 4 to 8 inch rainfall zone, there will be 2 to 4 inches of rain with some locally higher amounts. That's huge, extending from central Texas all the way to southern Indiana, southwest Ohio, central portions of Kentucky, to the western Carolinas, western Georgia. Many major cities will experience or potentially experience flash flooding, in addition to those already mentioned. But Nashville and Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, Birmingham and Montgomery, Alabama, on up to Louisville, Kentucky, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Houston, all the way over to Atlanta. Street and highway flooding or likely. Catch basins are going to fill with runoff. Much of the area where the heaviest rain is going to come down is free of significant drought with just a few exceptions. So the soil's not going to be able to soak up a lot of this moisture. Now, as of this past day, most of the secondary rivers in the south central states, such as the Sabine and Trinity rivers in Texas, were actually receding following rains over the last several weeks. These rivers are going to experience a new significant rise this week. Moderate flooding possible in some cases. However, due to prior rain, high water surges continue to work downstream into some of the larger tributaries, the Ohio and the Mississippi. It'll take a few weeks until those larger waterways respond to this week's rainfall. So for the next few months, no water level problems for the tugboat and barge traffic are anticipated on the Mississippi or the Ohio River. Same storm's going to trigger severe weather in the south central states. Every day between now and Thursday, we could see all modes from high winds and hail to tornadoes or waterspouts near the Gulf Coast. Here we are, Monday night. The main threat extends from western and central Texas to northeast to eastern Oklahoma, central Arkansas, western Mississippi, and central Louisiana. The threat for tornadoes dropping as we speak through the overnight hours. There was that risk, especially along that I-20 corridor for a period Monday evening. But as the day progresses here Tuesday, the threat will kind of crawl eastward over the south central states, extending from central and north central Texas to central Mississippi, central Arkansas, and southern Louisiana. Dallas and Shreveport, you're going to be in the severe weather threat right through Tuesday into Tuesday night. Later this afternoon, Tuesday afternoon and evening, could allow multiple, possibly strong tornadoes to form in parts of northeastern Texas and western Louisiana. You're in the kind of the bullseye zone there. By midweek, the risk for severe weather begins to shift eastward across the southern states. Wednesday, we're talking about near the Texas-Louisiana border, eastward all the way to central Georgia and parts of the Florida Panhandle. Going to be active here once again for our second week of April. So trust your week's off to a good start. It is 844-844-3388. Philly Dan out of the box here. Good morning. He said, well, the eclipse was pretty much a flop here. Too many clouds. But there's been a lot of military helicopters flying in the city lately, just, one after another. Yeah, maybe they're doing some training or something. What's going on there, Philly Dan? Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is the midnight hour. We're still here. The earth didn't fall from the sun's gravitational pull into the glacial abyss. Steve, once again, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. Stay bill your lane or get run over by the overnight radio frequency waves. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits, 844-844-3388. Give us your eclipse experience. How was it? Your eclipse experience, maybe some of your traffic experience. I'm sure our friend Steve out of Columbus, who normally checks in as he's kind of kicking off his day during the final hour of the program. Remember yesterday morning he said he hauls trash, and he had a Columbus, Ohio to Indianapolis run this past day. And even Pup called in that final hour and said, tell that guy if he can avoid it, don't take that run today. It's going to be horrible. Anyway, hammer down and be safe, or you can be like Big Ed. Can't find 'em, grind 'em. Hello, Marianne is in the house. Morning, Steve and the overnight family. Missed the eclipse because I had to take care of Darla. Gilligan kicks his week off here. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, kind of an overcast, but we're dry at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia tonight, 59 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Shorty is I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, 65 degrees as he kicks his week off with Orlando turnaround number 1. See, Rubber Duck, what's going on? He said 12 miles from the home, loaded, derated to 25%. 2 bottles of Diesel Extreme, 1 bottle of Stick Shit Eliminator later in 5,000 miles. Okay, and worse off than before. Arizona window truck checking in, just delivered Santa Fe, headed to the valley. Everybody have a good day. Larry checks in. Good afternoon, he says. Hammer down and be safe. It's round 1 to Schenectady. New York traffic southbound on 87. Still pretty heavy tonight, and he used all capital letters there. Southbound on 87, heavy traffic. We kind of think we called that. We anticipated it was being referred to as Eclipse Weekend, where people traveled Friday, Saturday, Sunday into their destination in the totality zone. And there were lots of last-minute travelers on Monday. I think Pappy's daughter said that she went over the overpass of I-74 on the west side of Cincinnati, and said 74 was packed and stacked. I guess that's people headed toward the Indianapolis area to be in that totality zone. And I'm sure it was southbound by later in the afternoon. Hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners out there, how amazing to watch the eclipse here in Bracken County, Kentucky. The roosters crowing, the cows were mooing, the dogs were barking, and my outside cat running to her house. I saw the one back in 2017. I was blessed to see this one. We were not in totality, but it was close. Everybody stay safe and be blessed. And there's Brain Dead. Good morning. Happy Friday to me. He says it's been nothing but insanity this evening around West Memphis. I'll call in later and fill you in with what's going on. All right, we'll expect a full report.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we'll get to some of your calls coming up here. Who wants to jump on board at 844-844-3388? C&I Dog's going to give us his full report. He was up in, where was it, Delaware, Ohio, I think, for the totality this past day. Hang in there, because we got a news break here just a couple minutes away. A couple other folks checking in here early on a Tuesday morning. Marianne says, hooray for those Cincinnati Reds. They won 10-8 over the Brewers. It's a lot of runs scored there, huh? 10-8. I did see a highlight here just a bit ago. It's not very often in Major League Baseball you see what they call an inside-the-park home run. Ellie De La Cruz hit one straight up to the center field to the wall, and he went from home to home, and I guess they had the clock. This guy is, he is just lightning fast on the bases. He went from home to home in 14.96 15 seconds to run the base. That he is just put on the afterburners, I guess you'd say. That's pretty incredible. Anyway, let me see here. Hello to Kim. She says it's 11:10 p.m. She's in the Central Time Zone. Traffic on I-65 is still red, headed to Chicago from Remington to Crown Point. So at this hour, wow, that's a lot of Chicagoans made their way down to Indy, I guess. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 58 degrees in Macon, Missouri. My solar eclipse experience was blue skies, 70 degrees, and sunny in Holton, Kansas. I saw the picture you shared. He said it was allegedly 85%. The air did have kind of a reddish look to it, kind of weird, but yeah, we're loading that powerful chrome-plated cow truck, and the cattle did get unusually quiet. Anyway, Steve, well, we got that load delivered, reloaded, and we're now headed back north at a high rate of speed. Special one-night-only Show Me State shout-out to Shorty. Well, there's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. A very pleasant 63 degrees. Got a little less sunny here during the eclipse, but we didn't notice much. I'll be loading tomorrow. Heading out to Saratoga, we'll deliver Wednesday, 7 in the evening. Then hang out around there till probably Sunday. When then I head across the state to deliver Wednesday night and hang out again. I'll be taking the golf clubs and some freshwater fishing gear for this trip. There are some state parks and lakes that I can get my straight truck into, so I'm going to try my luck. Everybody have a great night. and be careful out there. Very good. Copying the mail, 5-7. Double trucker. How about that eclipse? Yeah, pretty amazing. Having it go from day to night and back again. I'm doing a different run tonight. We're at 46 degrees, a beautiful starlit night over Altoona Fish. Hooked up to my return trailers and burning off my 30-minute break right now. We'll be headed back to Western New York here shortly. Let's see. Devious here, heading to Quakertown tonight. Good to have you on board, Devious. There's Timothy checking in. Good morning. A nice, cool night here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Good to have you all on board. It is 844-844-3388. All right, first of all, as I said, we'll get to the CNI dog. Who else has some interesting totality stories, I guess you'd say, your eclipse stories? And how's the traffic looking around some of those major cities out there? Love to have you dial us up. And there was another report here that, Texas, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Vermont, all reportedly seeing that flood of motorists from out of state this past afternoon, as anticipated. Many of those were early in the day as those last-minute stragglers were headed into the totality zone.
USA News Update. President Biden criticizing Donald Trump for his position on abortion. In a statement on Monday, Biden asserted the former president bears responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade and alleged that Trump would endorse a national abortion ban if elected. The statement follows Trump's release of a video where he expressed his belief that abortion laws should be determined by individual states. Millions of Americans traveled to see Monday's solar eclipse. The Federal Highway Administration projected that as many as 5 million people traveled somewhere to secure the optimal viewing spots. California could become the first state in the U.S. to pass a right to disconnect from work law. It would restrict employers from contacting employees during off hours. The proposed bill would mandate that companies better specify employees' compensated hours and prohibit them from expecting employees to respond to calls, texts, or emails outside of that time frame. John Schaefer, USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, real quick like here, going back early in the day, in the state of Oklahoma, officials there going like 7:30 in the morning. All those last minute rushing to the totality zone. Had a crash on I-40 at the 261 mile marker, McIntosh County, blocking traffic in southeastern portions of the state. There were several state parks nearby that were hosting eclipse viewing events. They're in the path of totality. Yeah, crews said at the time cleanup would take the majority of the day. So expect delays. I'm assuming a lot of folks that maybe get caught up in that didn't make it. Maybe into their ultimate destination. Multiple crashes occurred along Interstate 35 in Waco this past morning. They were also blocking traffic, causing traffic jams near other eclipse events as they had lanes shut down there. I see somebody posted, they had shared out of West Memphis, Arkansas. I'm assuming there it is. Cynthia shared from one of the Arkansas storm trackers that said, heads up, I-40 eastbound traffic is a parking lot tonight. This is near West Memphis, and that was posted like 1 hour ago. So maybe that's what Brain Dead's talking about. Just sheer madness out there. Hello, Singing Eye Dog.
Good morning.
Morning.
First thing I want to say is the Verrazanos Bridge was made famous in the movie Saturday Night Fever, correct?
That kind of rings a bell.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to go on there and they used to dance around on the bridge and jump around until that one guy fell in the movie. I didn't mean to ruin the movie, I'm sorry. Okay, getting to the eclipse, it was fantastic. I used a lot of information about the weather. I was going to go to Texas at first, but then I saw all the clouds that were predicted. Then I decided to go to Ohio. I was able to book a room through one of those websites, make it a little cheaper, in just north of Delaware. And then we were just west of Upper Sandusky. I decided, instead of going in the big crowds, to go out in the country. There was a church on the corner of 330 and 81, and they were actually serving food, and I said, I'll give you $20 for space to park here, you know. Believe it or not, the next day they opened up a parking area, charging $20. Imagine that. It was fantastic. Not a lot of people showed up in the middle of the country. Did have some people there. The kids that were watching it, that were affiliated with the church, I said, yeah, turn the pickup truck this way so you can look up in that direction. One guy had a welder's mask. My opinion, okay, I'm not an eye doctor or nothing, but
right.
I don't think a welder's mask is a good idea. And as for the cameras, the cell phone cameras, putting the glasses over the top of them does work.
Yep.
My wife got a really good shot. I will send that to you later. When they were in the pickup truck and they were listening, and you had to, at first you saw it slowly start to cover it more and more, and it took about an hour
right
to totally cover it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the diamond ring. What they call the diamond ring is just really shiny at the top. And then just like a light switch, I said, go ahead, take your glasses off. They're like, whoa, holy cow, wow, check that out, wow, once in a lifetime chance.
Yes.
They were just loving it. It has a hazy glow to it. We had a thin veil of clouds like you were discussing earlier, and you did cover in 2017 about don't take pictures with your camera because you could ruin it. I remember that very clearly. You covered that story back in 2017. Yeah, going to the eclipse before gave me a lot of experience on what to look for and what to do, but there was only one little tiny dot of light, and it looked like a light on the bottom of an airplane at the bottom of the moon, but it wasn't enough to hurt you or nothing like that. It was just really, really tiny. And during the eclipse, 2 airplanes chased over the top of us. I guess they were tracking the moon shadow.
Yeah.
Like I said, Cat Stevens. They were chasing it, and they were pretty close to each other, which was kind of amazing. You don't really see that kind of aerial flying unless you go to an air show. But they flew that way for a while, and then you see them turn around, and then they came back to where they started off from. As for the crowds, we came on 30 towards Fort Wayne, and then you have to go up, and then you come back down on 469 and 69. Being a trucker, I saw the country roads, so I jumped off at a country road. It went through instead of going up like an A and coming back down, like a V, upside down V. I decided to go through and miss that, and there wasn't as much traffic going north by Fort Wayne, but looking at Google Maps, yeah, anything going north, 57 and 65 especially, was just blood red.
Wow.
You can see the black and red in there. And, I felt bad for anybody got trapped in that. My buddy was in Illinois over at Mount Vernon, and he was able to view that from the truck stop over there, even though he's working. He says, hey, look, I got paid to see this thing. But it was absolutely fantastic. And I will send you those pictures. And thank you. I'm going to give you a one-time shout-out. Sorry, don't mean to steal your words here, but to you, Steve, for the coverage you gave about the eclipse all night long. I listened to that podcast. It was fantastic.
Good deal. Well,
you guys have a great evening.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the full report there. So I guess the forecasters were right about after the eclipse. That's when the chaos would ensue as everybody tries to head out at the same time. It's over, it's ball game over. Let's go home now. And, a lot of folks had traveled hundreds and hundreds of miles, so it wasn't like just making a quick jog around the corner. It's 844-844-3388. I'm not seeing the name here. Who we got on board?
Lauren Lee's two-time world champion bull hauler / Joe Walsh.
Well, there he is. What's going on, Lauren?
Not much, Steve. Hey, I didn't have, as you saw from the picture I posted up there in Holt, Kansas, I didn't have the darkness experience, but I looked it up. When I took that, I was waiting to load, and they had a consignment option, and the air got it looked like daylight. That picture doesn't do it justice, but there was kind of a reddish tint to the air. They were at 85% totality up there, and I took a picture of those livestock panels because of their brown color, and like I said, I couldn't get it to work on my phone, but it just had, and it was making me think of what you talked about last night about how if you were wearing red or green colors, they would be enhanced. And I can't even describe it. It was just the weirdest thing. It was almost like there was a haze, even though it was broad daylight, but it just kind of had and we were actually loading Red Angus cattle, and they have it just, everything that was that kind of a hue, Steve, really had an odd look to it, even though it was broad daylight. I'd never seen anything like that before. It's really hard to describe it.
How about that? Pretty cool.
I was trying to remember what you said that was about that it caused our eyes to do that, but it was doing it, and it just, like I said, it was kind of an odd experience, but it's cool though.
Yeah, well, 99.9% we were in, and yes, it didn't get quite dark, but man, it was the sun was almost gone.
Yeah, the Hop-On wife was down at the Weiss compound down there in southwest Missouri, and they had I think a 95% totality. She said it got kind of a gray color, and she was standing outside, and she actually felt the temperature go down.
Yeah.
And then we had some neighbors that were over in Springfield, Missouri, and he had some pictures where it got a little darker over there. And I think it kind of, the very outer edge of the totality angled up through there. But yeah, she sent me some pretty neat pictures, and it was a definite difference from where I was at,
right?
Being that it was broad daylight. But like I said, I'll just say it one last time. It was just a really weird hue on the whole atmosphere around there, even though it was daylight.
Right.
With that, so it was kind of cool. But I'll get off here and let you go, Steve. Have a good evening.
Thanks for the update there. Safe travels in that high rate of speed chrome-plated cow truck, if you know what I mean. Let's grab horse feathers.
Really weird hue on it.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So I didn't bother to try to stay up. I was up all morning, so I decided to lay down. But before I laid down there, I don't know, it wasn't getting very dark there about 2 o'clock. So I guess the one thing I missed that I was kind of wanting to see was the rockets. I've kind of forgotten all about them, to tell you the truth. And so, but I had the 6 o'clock news recorded there, and heck, they didn't mention the rockets on the news. So
no.
I don't know. Did the rockets go?
I aside from the fact that we had the times they were supposed to launch, I'd have to do a double check how things went with that. The sounding rockets.
All right. Yeah, because as I say, I don't know anything about it. They didn't say anything about it on the local news there, but the wife said there had it darker at the house there during thunderstorms there. You get a good cloud cover come in, before your thunderstorm, and it gets all dark like night. And she said it was, we've had darker times there at the house there with the thunderstorms and what we got with the percentage of coverage we had for what we had there in Maryland. So it didn't really get that dark. But anyway, so I guess the big news from Baltimore is that during this time yesterday morning, while we were all listening to you on the show, they had the other side of the Baltimore Beltway on the one direction closed pretty much, I don't know how long into the morning, but it was all the way through the morning commute from just after midnight. Apparently there was a wrong-way driver that caused a head-on accident with one fatality. So normally the one fatality isn't the person that was causing the wrong-way driver. So I'm assuming that probably more than likely that's the case here, but maybe you'd be able to check into that a little bit more. But anyways, so I don't know. That's about the extent of the news we got for you tonight here. So unless something else drastic's happened, it's all pretty quiet now, and the sky's back to normal. Stars are up there. We got clear skies. I'm up here in Pennsylvania, so I'm listening to everybody else running around. I guess we're all in Pennsylvania tonight, Your Honor. There, you had the one guy there headed to Quakertown there, and what'd you say? It was double trucker out there trying to burn up his 30-minute break so he could go back to Western New York. And so, anyways. Sorry about not remembering the handle of who was going to Quakertown there, but it happens to the best of us, I guess. But anyways, there. So yeah, I'm just running around the back roads, Amish country up here north of Lancaster right now. So we'll see what kind of trouble we can get in sneaking up on buggies. But anyways, yeah. So maybe you can check that out there and see what happened. But they got the east side, the Beltway, all closed because of the Key Bridge, and then, as I say, all the way from this time here, maybe sometime about this time here, all the way through the morning rush hour, they had the other side closed up too. So in the one direction there on that Baltimore Beltway to 695. So I don't know, maybe check out those couple things from Maryland there and see what you can come up with there. So
see what we can dig up.
Anyways, other than that, yeah, we'll let you go and do the rest of your due diligence at this point.
There you go. All right. Appreciate you checking in here. All right. The headline says, mission accomplished. NASA successfully launched 3 what they call Black Brant 4 sounding rockets from the Wallops Flight Facility during the eclipse. Let's see. The launch window was scheduled between 2:40 p.m. and 4:05. The first rocket did indeed launch 45 minutes before the total solar eclipse, the second at 3:20 during the eclipse. Third and final rocket launched at 4:28 p.m. NASA said the 3 launches were important to gather data on how the sun's disappearance affects the ionosphere. The ionosphere, home to all the charged particles in the Earth's atmosphere, and it's where Earth's atmosphere actually meets space. It's the upper layer of the atmosphere, extending about anywhere from 100 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers, or roughly 60 to 600 miles. There, the pressure is low enough that charged particles can remain free and show collective behavior. It is an electrified region that reflects and refracts radio signals and also impacts satellite communications as the signals pass through. Understanding the ionosphere and developing models to help us predict disturbances is crucial to making sure our increasingly communication-dependent world operates smoothly. Each of the 3 rockets had 4 what they call sub-payloads for a total of 12 data sets that will be studied in preparation for future perturbations. Okay.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, with all the hype of a solar eclipse, anybody remember to tune into the big game? Yeah, the March Madness has concluded. Now, what came down to two number one seeds facing off, UConn versus Purdue, and no, I had all but forgotten about it. According to the headline, UConn just trounced Purdue 75-60, the final score, becoming the first back-to-back national champions since 2007. And Monday's win was the Huskies' sixth NCAA title that pushed them past Duke, which has 5, and into a tie for third all-time with North Carolina. Only UCLA with 11 and Kentucky with 8 have more NCAA titles. So how about that? Congratulations to UConn. Scarecrow, good morning.
Well, Steve, we have heard on and off for years how much lost productivity there is in this country after the Super Bowl. Well, now that takes place on a weekend, so the bulk don't have to take game day off. Well, now they're talking about these millions that were chasing totality today, or I guess yesterday now. And it sounds like quite a few of these millions are still on the roadway right now, so they are going to be no shows at the time clock later in the morning here. I'm just wondering how many even called in to say they're not going to show up. I'm reflecting on this, Steve, because during last night's show, about the start of your show, midnight our time, I got a text from my supervisor down here in Milwaukee. He said, just as a warning, or a heads up, I should say.
Yeah.
We have our shipper. We have 4 loading locations, so to speak, with 4 forklift operators. And I know one was already off on vacation. I know he was off. Well, coincidentally, all 3 of the others called in last night. So now that leaves us down to 4 second stringers to do the loading and such. And it only hit me just 2 minutes ago here. I'm wondering if these 3 maybe were chasing totality too. I mean, they're in Milwaukee already. They're not that far from getting down your way and all way. Maybe we'll get the rest of the story here after a bit here. But so what would have been about an hour of in and out became 4 hours of paradise on my end.
Oh boy,
so,
I gotta love it.
Yeah, we are hoping history does not repeat ourselves. If this goes into break, Steve, that's okay. I'm going to be hitting the fuel aisle, and so I'll be cutting off. But anyway, last night I expressed to the bride, we've got 2 pair of pristine, unused solar eclipse glasses that there has to be a certain value to those things now, Steve. They're no doubt a collector item if they haven't been bent up and twisted. So I told her, now we'll do the eBay thing, but prior to this, we're gonna make the offer on the Overnight Drive program to our very special listeners out there for the mere investment of $19.95. Yes, that's right. Now, this probably sounds familiar, but bear with me here. Yeah, in $19.95 for a set of these highly collectible glasses. And we can top that, Steve. Yep, you know what's coming. For the bargain price of $49.95, we will let 2 pair of those go.
Double the order. We'll double the order. That's an over $10 savings, according to GMA&B Enterprises, right? All right, maybe check in a little later in the program. You got to fill up, right? But it is news break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden spent part of his time Monday on the campaign trail in the battleground state of Wisconsin. The president telling supporters in Madison about new efforts to forgive student loan debt for over 30 million Americans. This as the Supreme Court ruled against President Biden earlier this year.
Tens of millions of people's debt was literally about to get canceled. But then some of my Republican friends and elected officials and special interests sued us, and the Supreme Court blocked us. Well, that didn't stop us. No, I mean it sincerely. We continue to find alternative paths to reduce student debt payments.
The president also not a fan of former President Donald Trump's position on abortion, which was released on Monday.
President Biden criticizing Donald Trump for his position on abortion. In a statement on Monday, Biden asserted the former president bears responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade and alleged that Trump would endorse a national abortion ban if elected. The statement follows Trump's release of a video where he expressed his belief that abortion laws should be determined by individual states.
USA's John Schaefer with that report. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is delivering remarks on the floor about a security supplemental as the chamber returns to session work Monday. The Republican leader urging Congress to pass the aid that would go towards helping American allies, adding it's essential for the United States in terms of its global status.
If America intends to remain the primary guarantor of our own security, we have to lead by example. Congress has an opportunity to do that.
Crews are continuing to remove cargo containers from the ship that crashed into Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge last month, causing it to collapse. Coast Guard officials saying they're making progress towards removing the last pieces of the bridge from the ship so they can take the weight off it and start to move it. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Millions of Americans on Monday were peeking at the skies in hopes of catching a glimpse of the total solar eclipse that was moving across much of the country. A massive crowd gathered at a watch party in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They cheer as the eclipse begins. The next total solar eclipse to cross the continental United States won't occur for about 20 years. Members of the House are divided over the issue of funding U.S. allies in tackling the southern border. House Speaker Mike Johnson is poised to present a foreign funding bill to help countries like Ukraine and Taiwan, but some in his conference say they won't support money going overseas before the southern border is handled. Texas Republican Congressman Ronnie Jackson says there's a leak in the grand old party.
It's unfortunate, but Speaker Johnson's kind of in an unwinnable position right now. He tries to come up with the strategy and to push this stuff through, but we have a lot of leaks within our own conference, and so if you declare what we're going to do publicly within our conference, it leaks out and it undermines the strategy, and we have to start over.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. The Senate back in session on Monday. Meanwhile, the House comes back on Wednesday. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Alrighty, this hour, yes, we do have more on the Baltimore activities to get that ship out of the way. First, got to get all those containers off. I guess salvage crews, as we just heard mentioned, started over the weekend removing containers from the deck. Removing the containers, they say, would continue throughout this week, weather permitting. Yeah, they are progressing toward removing those sections of the bridge that are lying across the bow of the ship. Now, in total, they tell us 32 vessels have now passed through temporary channels on either side of that wreckage. Unified Command is currently progressing on the main lines of effort to remove enough debris from the channel for some of the larger commercial traffic to get in and out. All right, as we know the rest of the story, but officials have established a temporary alternate channel for vessels involved in clearing the debris. The Army Corps of Engineers hopes to open that limited access channel for barge container ships and some vessels moving cars and farm equipment by the end of this month. They hope to restore a channel which would allow pretty much normal capacity at the port by May the 31st. More than 50 salvage divers and 12 cranes are on site there, helping to cut out sections of the bridge. It's a big undertaking there, but 50 salvage divers. And how would you like to have that job? Wow, working in almost complete darkness. All right, it's been insanity in West Memphis. Hello, Brain Dead. What's going on?
Oh, let's see. I'm going to have to figure out who to send my therapy bill to for the PTSD from the New Bridge shutdown here a few years ago, Steve. It was just insanity. I got off about 9 o'clock yesterday morning to go home. And, of course, Dingback chauffeured me in Sunday night. And the traffic started backing up, going over into Arkansas about 8:30 or so, and I had a 9:30 appointment. I called the lady and told her we're going to push it back about 30 minutes because it was all the way pretty much from Marion, which is exit 10 on 55, all the way across the bridge through the construction zone and almost to just about where the refinery is there on 55.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember from the show, you said, well, traffic's going to be bad, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's not going to be that bad coming back. Boy, was I wrong.
Uh-oh.
I was totally wrong. The dinghy one goes in at 8:30 at FedEx. So she woke up at 6 o'clock, and she goes, hey, have you seen the RDOT? Have you seen the RDOT? I'm like, babe, I just am trying to see the back of my eyelids. So what's going on? She goes, I'm getting ready to go in. I'm just getting ready to go in because the traffic's bad. I'm like, yeah, right, okay. She goes, no, see? I'm like, oh, crap. This is just what I need today on my Friday. So she left the house about 6:45, made it to FedEx about 8:20. 10 minutes till she's supposed to punch in.
Wow.
I, on the other hand, left 30 minutes early, and it took me 2 hours to go 30 miles.
Wow.
From my house to the interstate is like about 8 miles or so, give or take. And it took me an hour just to go from the house to the interstate. It was that bad. And like I said, I didn't know how bad it was. Now, mind you, traffic now is moving. But at the point of it, it was backed up from the old bridge all the way up through West Memphis and still another 15, 20 miles. People were saying that from Memphis to Jonesboro, Jonesboro to Memphis, vice versa, is normally about an hour 15 minutes. People coming out of Jonesboro to West Memphis took 4 hours. And then if you were going on 40 East from the new bridge all the way through West Memphis to about the 265-ish was backed up as well. And I mean, I'm not talking about, just easing along. I'm talking about jam-packed and jelly tight, Steve. It was insanity. I tried to cut through a couple of the neighborhoods to try to snake my way over to one of the back ways to get onto the interstate. There were truck drivers got hung up in there. I mean, I know they probably couldn't speak no English or following Mr. GPS telling them to turn left here, turn right there, but still, I mean, a little bit of common sense here to know that you're going to go through this little residential neighborhood to get hung up in. I mean, like I said, insanity, and that's putting it mildly, Steve, because I have a few other words too. So, I'm just glad the eclipse is over with. Now we can get on with the rest of our life, right?
Just what's next? I mean, aren't the cicadas supposed to be attacking here soon?
Oh no! No! We don't need no cicadas. You know, GMAB Enterprises may be coming up with chocolate covered cicadas after a while and selling them. But let's get on to some sports stuff, Steve. Did you see the report today about Nashville Fairgrounds going to be possibly hosting a NASCAR race? Did you hear about this?
No, I many years ago I used to go to the old Nashville Speedway for I think the Busch Series race there. I don't think the Cup did, but I saw several Busch races. But that was the old track. I've never been to the one at the fairgrounds.
Well, they haven't. NASCAR has not raced at the fairgrounds in, I think, about 40 years or so, give or take. I could be wrong, but the mayor before Cooper, I believe is his name, was trying to push renovations for the city council to authorize funds to help renovate Nashville Fairgrounds to bring the Cup Series over, because they're already racing over there at the Speedway, and the Speedway's over there in Lebanon, Tennessee. So my whole question is, where are they going to come up with the money? Because let me throw this at you. Sometime this year, if I remember right, they're going to break ground on the new Titan Stadium. The Titan Stadium was built in 1999. It's going to need about $1.7 billion to renovate it, or spend $2 billion-ish for a new stadium. So the team itself has ponied up $700 million. Through the bonds, the city council has approved a sales tax hike, which is going to raise another $1.7 billion for this whole, $1.25 billion for this project. So where are they going to come up with the money? That's going to be the real question, because, these cities and states are broke. Why are they issuing bonds for these arenas and stadiums? Mm-hmm. I mean, if these teams are leasing these stadiums, they should have to pay for more than just a smidgen of any kind of repairs. And somebody can't correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't SoFi Stadium, the one in LA for the Chargers, wasn't that completely built by the owner of the team? Begs the question, Steve. So you going to take a break and come back in a minute?
Let's do that. 15 past the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Coming up for our friends in the Northeast. If you've got some outdoor plans, get those outdoor activities in now. As, yes, another siege of wet weather and flooding is on the horizon in the Northeast. A storm that's poised to unload a foot of rain in the south central states we were talking about in our first hour. Will also bring its share of downpours and problems to the Northeast later this week, Thursday, Friday. Outdoor plans, hey, it's Tuesday. You got a day or two to get those activities in. All right, welcome back, Brain Dead.
All right, now real quick about the whole the Nashville track. Speedway Motorsports owns the track there at the fairgrounds, and they're saying it's going to cost around $100 million to bring it up to where they could be able to race it with all the ADA upgrades. Because remember, they haven't raced there in 40 years, so there's a lot of ADA upgrades they have to go through. So I guess our buddy Rick Friend has not checked in yet, has he?
I do not believe he has. Not yet. No.
Well, Steve, I got bad news for you Reds fans. Go ahead and get your crying towel out now. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. It's going downhill. It was announced today that Jonathan India was scratched from Monday's game after he was hit by a batted ball during the batting practice, adding another issue to the team's list of injuries. Now, also, too, it was announced today that TJ Antoine, I don't know if I said that right or not, is going to have season-ending surgery on his pitching arm, more likely Friday. They said that he underwent an MRI on Monday and showed significant damage. So if it's not a season-ending injury, it may be his complete career injury. So
wow.
I imagine Santa hadn't checked in yet, has he?
I don't believe he has.
You know what? I think he's still out in Las Vegas chasing them up. Well, no, I can't say those words without getting a hole in my stocking this year. But in case he's listening, the Kings are currently in the play-in game. They are the 9th seed. They will play the Warriors, the 10th seed. But the Kings are going to have their hands full with Stephen Curry, who by far to me is one of the best point guards in the league. Also, just to note, the 8-seeded Lakers and the 7-seeded Pelicans will also go have a play-in game as well. So that'll be happening on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday because it's kind of complicated the way they got it. The Hornets will interview the Kings assistant coach Jordi Fernandez for their vacant coaching job as the head coach for the Hornets moved on to the front office. And also to Steve, do you know who Bronny James is? Does that name not even ring a bell with you?
No, sir.
All right. He was playing at USC, and he was the one that had the heart attack, remember, during the practice? That is the son of LeBron James.
Okay.
Now is it ringing a bell?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's already declared for the NBA draft as a freshman. Now, they're saying he's going to go second round, but however, people have said he should stay for another year and get higher in the draft. And also, too, I just saw this blurb here. The NCAA is changing the transfer portal. I don't know if you can find that little news nugget or not, but they're going to be limiting the amount of transfers you can do because generally if you transfer, you have to sit out a season. And that's probably, I imagine, why Stetson Bennett was 28 when he decided to go ahead and turn pro. or was it 30? I forgot. But they're changing all those rules to eliminate the transfer portals, because how many times have we said it? You should not have to have unlimited transfers and still play in sports. So with that, Steve, I want to go deliver some groceries here. You have a good morning. We'll be listening to you.
All right. Hopefully traffic smooths out as the morning progresses, right? Is the madness over yet? He mentioned Santa Claus. I did earlier in the evening get a couple of emails from Santa Claus. He sent me a message last night about the price of gas, not diesel, but gasoline. Yeah, regular unleaded, which has been skyrocketing in California. Took a snapshot at the pump. I guess he was at an Arco station yesterday. Yeah, your regular unleaded, 87 octane, $5.89 a gallon. The mid-grade at $6.09, and premium 91 octane at $6.19 per gallon in Sacramento, California, where he resides there. Wow. That's nuts. $6 a gallon. All right, it is 844-844-3388. See what's going on with, I believe, Hillbilly on board. How we doing? Hello, Hillbilly. Are you with us? Maybe he set the phone down to take care of some sort of other business. I can hear he's out there somewhere. Let's see. Let's move on down to Gilligan, I believe it is. Morning, Gilligan.
Morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Actually, I think I heard a little breathing there. I think Hillbilly's doing his eagle imitation. You know, I mean, I think he's fell asleep on us. That's what it sounded to me like. Steve, I've got a crow to pick with horse feathers. In fact, I'm thinking on filing a lawsuit, have my lawyer file a lawsuit. I listened to the show this morning from last night, and I took his advice about the magnifying glass in the sun.
Uh-oh.
I have him, though. Would you believe that burned a hole in my Aunt Susie's top and burned her skin? He said this pointed towards an ant. And wasn't that what he said? The beam of light?
Yeah, the kind of ants that's the kind of ants you don't want on your food is what he was talking about, you dummy.
Well, maybe died. Well, anyway, we'll settle this later, probably out of court. By the way, I have got a message from, I believe, one of the proprietors of the former H&H and H&M and J, and I think there was another H in there for Dirty Harry back in the day.
Yeah.
He has it on good authority that the Eclipse entered the United States in Texas, went to New York, and has now got a debit card, a cell phone, and free health care. So, also, I have sent you a picture of a totaled eclipse. I hope you got that.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, there's a bit of a difference there. That one's pretty much out of commission, totaled.
Yeah, it's a totaled eclipse. Okay. Also, I have to reach out to Scarecrow. If he wants to join GMA&B Enterprises, he's more than welcome. But I want to clarify: if he does join, we will have to call it GMA&B and S, not GMA and BS. We got to have the and between B and S. You know, but he's welcome to join GMA&B Enterprises. But we'll have to move the and sign between B and S. So, yeah. Also, I've been watching these commercials of our great governor there in the state of West Virginia. I don't know whether you probably haven't seen this. You probably heard he's stepping down from the governorship to run for senator in West Virginia, taking Joe Manchin's seat. I'm a big supporter of Jim Justice. In fact, I like a lot of what the policies he has implemented. And I love his commercials. As you know, not that long ago, Bette Midler said that West Virginians, how did the crazy woman do it? Said we're strung out in poverty and all this crap. Well, Jim Justice come up with a perfect response to that. He's got his lovely old bulldog there. She turned the girl around and says that she can kiss her hiney.
Mm-hmm.
I love that response. Yeah. Bette Midler can kiss Jim Justice's dog hiney. Well, Steve, I know you're coming up on a news break, and I need to back on out of here. And I hope coming into Greensboro here in a few minutes anyway. I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Safe travels out there, Gilligan. You got it. Have a good morning. All right. What do we got? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Anybody else checking in? Who we got? Hello to Bidu. Morning. Check it in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Cribshot checks in for the best overnight radio show. The best overnight show on radio. Thank you much. Cribshot, appreciate that. Hello to Pat Pap. That's right, Steve. And some places are getting a double shot of cicadas. Yeah, what are they referring to that? Cicada apocalypse. It should be about to begin. I mean, they said in the month of April, ground temperature has to reach, 60-something or some odd degrees. And yeah, this particular cicada invasion is going to be a double brood, meaning trillions, with a T, trillions of cicadas. Does that mean the end of the world is nigh? All right, coming up, UPS is looking to hire more than 300 pilots to support an anticipated increase in air cargo demand with this new multi-year contract with the U.S. Postal Service. According to the union representing the company's air crew. That's the contract that FedEx lost, and UPS is taking over. More on that coming up here.
USA News Update. Former President Trump intends to file a lawsuit against the judge overseeing his hush money case in New York. According to the New York Times, the lawsuit aims to challenge the judge's gag order, potentially delaying the trial. Trump facing charges of falsifying business records. The solar eclipse passed over North America Monday. It began along the Texas-Mexico border near Eagle Pass around 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern Time, then stretched across much of Texas, through Illinois, Kentucky, and Ohio, and continued northwestern through New York and Maine. The solar eclipse ended after departing northern Maine around 3:30 in the afternoon. 3 people are dead following a shooting at a law firm in Las Vegas. The incident happened at the Prince Law Group in Summerlin. Reports indicate that the shooting occurred during a deposition, resulting in the deaths of 2 people before the gunman turned the gun on himself. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Get a Tuesday underway. Now, let me first jump to, I mentioned in the Northeast, got some outdoor activities that need to be taken care of. You know, take advantage Tuesday and Wednesday because things will be moving indoors. Rain, rain, rain on the way. The big rain will be preceded by clouds and a few showers here and there from now to Wednesday. As a frontal system kind of crawls through the region, some sporadic showers. That front, though, will lie in the path for the southern storm to travel up, beginning a moisture flow from the Atlantic Ocean. Rain heavy enough to cause flooding returns Thursday to Friday in the Northeast. At the very least, urban flooding problems will increase, centered along the I-95 zone Thursday night to Friday, from D.C. to Philly to New York City and Boston. You should anticipate enough rain to trigger ponding on streets and highways. Some drivers may need to find alternate routes. Enough rain may come down to overwhelm the drainage systems in some of the underpasses there. You've had a few days of mainly dry weather. Despite that, area streams and rivers are still running high in the wake of last week's major rainstorm that capped off an already wet winter and early spring. And we saw flooding downpours in downtown Pittsburgh at the headwaters of the Ohio River late last week. Multiple rivers in the Midwest surging out of their banks over the past weekend. And here to start the new week, could even see some severe weather. The same storm will trigger thunderstorms with some approaching severe levels coming up on Thursday. They tell us 2 pockets of stronger storms are possible Thursday afternoon and evening. One will exist over the Midwest from eastern Kentucky to much of Ohio and parts of western Pennsylvania. A second area will extend northward from the southern states. Severe weather possible Thursday, stretching from northern Florida to eastern Virginia and maybe even parts of Maryland. Both of those zones could bring the full spectrum of severe weather. Now, in the wake of the rain and the thunderstorms, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. If you're done with the cold air, another burst of cold will sweep in from the Midwest to the east. With that colder air will come some flurries and maybe even some heavier snow showers. Some accumulating snow over maybe the higher elevations of the central and northern Appalachians as we head toward next weekend. Mother Nature, can you make up your mind already? Are you done with winter? All right, let's see. Hillbilly, let's do a take 2. Are you with us, Hillbilly?
Sorry about that, Steve. I was in the truck stop picking me up some cigarettes.
I thought I could hear something in the background. Not a problem. What's happening?
Oh, not much. Made it to Grand Rivers yesterday and made it back to Ann Arbor when the eclipse hit, and I think it was a 98% coverage. It was like that one driver said. It was really neat, kind of way the sky looked and everything like that. I ended up kind of lifting my sunglasses up. I'm like, huh. I got them automatic transition glasses.
Yeah.
I guess it got dark before I realized. I raised up. Oh, my glasses, they even got tint on them right now. It got that dark, so. But it was pretty cool. I never just stopped to take a gander at it. I had too many friends taking pictures of it. I still some of theirs. But it was neat. I do got a friend I need to look it back up and send it to you, but he owns his own Cessna airplane, and he flew up to Indiana and got some really good pictures of the eclipse up in the air. It's pretty cool looking. So, but traffic, when I come out of Ann Arbor on US 23, going south where I was going was moving road right along, but northbound was gridlock. Everybody's heading home at the same time.
Yep.
But I made it to that there at the pilot, and I said, this is far enough. I know once I hit 75 south, it's going to be gridlock on 75, so I didn't my phone to look at. Just go to bed and do it in the morning. But you get to see it, Steve?
Yeah, my daughter and my grandson woke me up a little after 2 o'clock and said, it's starting, it's beginning. You can see the moon taking a little sliver out of the sun. And so we had the glasses. We got out there, and like I said, it took about, I don't know, it was an hour and a half. I think we hit totality a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was actually 99.9%. We didn't get the totality thing, but definitely got darker.
Well, I tell you what I noticed. I was watching the temperature on the dash. Outside temperature, it dropped almost 8 degrees up there in Michigan. I don't know how much it dropped there around you all, but my wife said she went out there and take pictures. She's got a nice Canon digital camera. She got ordered a special lens for it.
Yeah.
She got some really good pictures with it. I might just get home to see them. She's got a big zoom lens on it and stuff like that.
Pretty cool.
But, like I said, the temperature drop and like that, one guy said, it just like a redness in the air. That made it really look cool.
Yeah.
All right, Steve. I'll get off here and let someone else ramble.
Everybody gets it gets kind of an eerie look outside, and that it was the first thing I noticed. Yeah. Once you got to say, you could tell that about 50% of the moon was covered, the sun was covered by the moon, and from there on up, and we did get to see the eerie crescent shapes. There's enough leaf foliage that have come out on the trees and the yard, and it really made wife got some good pictures of that. The shadows on the ground, just the crescents, dancing in the shadows. Cool stuff, about 19 before the hour. All right, so we've cleared out the lines. It's 844-844-3388. Moving on to UPS again. I teased with the headline there a bit ago. Looking to hire more than 300 pilots. The Independent Pilots Association Executive Board was informed that UPS Human Resources is resuming their pilot hiring process to account for the additional volume surge that will occur as the year progresses. According to a statement from the union to FreightWaves, this initial projected estimate for hiring is expected to be 300 plus additional crew members, subject to adjustment once the network plan for the additional Postal Service volume gets finalized, they tell you. The Independent Pilots Association is the bargaining representative for about 3,200 pilots at UPS. Of course, if you missed the story, UPS beat out FedEx Express Monday for the 5.5-year Postal Service contract that FedEx has held for more than 20 years. Now, the call for pilots kind of runs counter to the initial assessments from analysts that UPS would need to add few, if any, aircraft to support this postal service because of their ability to lean on their high-performance line-haul truck network to move a portion of the volume. Now, there's questions. How does UPS think they're going to be able to do well financially when FedEx, that's why they had acknowledged difficulties turning a decent profit on their postal business. And UPS was expected to address that by running a leaner air network, but it sounds like, they're going to, that's a big investment. Now, UPS also gave buyout packages last year to 193 of their most senior pilots, trying to reduce cost with the downturn in the parcel market. Now, the spokeswoman confirmed UPS is recruiting 170 pilots as currently posted on their external job boards. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch if they could pull this off successfully. Postal flights are primarily operated during the daytime, kind of opposite of the Express overnight network. The Postal Service has prioritized moving mail by ground as much as possible over the past 3 years. That resulted in like a $500 million reduction in revenue for FedEx in that time frame. FedEx realized $1.6 million in revenue during fiscal year 23 from their air contract with the mail agency. All right, now UPS has about 292 freighters in their mainline fleet. That's 43% smaller than FedEx. FedEx also has about 2,400 more pilots than UPS. No indication that UPS is going to slow down the phase out of their aging MD-11 fleet. Last year they retired 6 of those aircraft, and they plan to remove more than that amount this year. The MD-11s are being replaced by 767 freighters. UPS has 21 more 767s on order right now from Boeing. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. As I kind of jokingly mentioned, the eclipse was not the end of the world. So now we have to move on to some sort of, what is our next apocalyptic event? The cicada apocalypse. Here we go. Yeah, the report on Monday, April 8. Trillions of cicadas are about to emerge across the U.S., heralding the arrival with their distinctive buzzing and discarded exoskeletons. Now, it's a cyclical thing tied to specific geographic regions around the country, But this year's spectacle promises to be one for the ages, they tell us, because we have two distinct groups, each with their own periodic emergence cycle. We've got one that emerges every 13 years. The other appears every 17 years. Spending most of their lives underground, these creatures surface when the soil temperature reaches, there it is, 64 degrees. Now, okay, so this says it's typically about mid-May. I thought April was the month. But in a rare convergence, both the 13 and 17-year cicadas will emerge simultaneously this year, a phenomenon not witnessed for generations. The 13-year cicadas brood, what is that, 19 or 20, whatever it is, 19 I think it is, making their appearance in Georgia and the southeastern USA. The 17-year cicadas, referred to as brood 13, will emerge in Illinois. The simultaneous emergence of the two broods last occurred in 1803. Not going to happen again until the year 2037. Okay, dubbed the Cicadageddon. It's just a precursor to an even larger spectacle that is predicted for the year 2076. I will not see that, when the two largest broods are forecast to emerge together, termed Cicadapalooza, by the University of Connecticut cicada specialist. All right, let's see. The emergence of these cicada broods, I guess we're looking ahead. That will occur in parts of many, many states. Wow, that'll be a big one. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday, closing out the Big Eclipse Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we got a few here before we roll toward news break. Top of the hour. This was a report that, I thought about Vic, because it's right up his alley when he talks about the carbon emissions and this push to reduce carbon in our atmosphere because it's destroying the planet. And just how fictitious that narrative is. Breitbart has the economics editor, John Carney, and the editor-in-chief, Alex Marlow, gave a really interesting breakdown on what's really going on with the planet and how this push to reduce carbon is not good for the planet. 1 week after the Biden administration's March 20th edict on auto emissions, a proclamation being heralded by some as the death knell for the internal combustion engine over the next 10 years. A bit of disquiet has inserted itself into the corridors of the commentary. Even the Washington Post columnists are worrying that this administration may have gone too far. In a March 25 opinion piece, the Post Megan McArdle, now we're talking a woman whose political leanings cannot by the even most imaginative stretch be considered sympathetic to the likes of Donald Trump. Even she observed that the administration risks a political backlash as they try to force out gas-powered cars and force in electric vehicles. In her words of warning, quote, consumers revolt against a technology that's not ready for prime time. Her contention, based on a simple observation that appears to be, for whatever reason, invisible to the current occupants of the White House, and that is the American consumer who have not yet embraced the electric vehicle with the enthusiasm of the Silicon Valley. They very well may revolt against this forced push towards electrification. This technology is not yet ready to bear the weight of mainstream aspiration. It turns out there's a big difference between selling an electric vehicle to some gung-ho early adopter versus getting everyone else to make the switch, said McArdle. Indeed, even Stephen Moore points out 7 of the 10 states with the most electric vehicles are blue states, Democrat states. All 10 of the states with the fewest electric vehicles are what we know as red states, Republican states. It seems like that stereotype of electric vehicle owners as affluent, liberal trend surfers is actually true. They like to get credit with their friends for being on the green cutting edge. But they don't actually drive their electric vehicles that much, and certainly not for long hauls. They typically have a second gas-powered car. Now, on the other hand, folks in red states rely on their gas-powered vehicles. They drive them more. They drive them further. They're very conscientious of being able to fill up that tank to get where they need to go. 7 out of the 10 states with the most electric vehicles, as we said, are deep blue states. Bottom line here, nearly half the country refuses to buy an electric vehicle. Now, if you try to dig into the details, why is this push? We're looking to reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by 7 billion tons over the next 30 years. So when we drill down a little bit of that total of 7 billion tons of CO2, first off, all the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is barely over 0.04% of the total mass. That doesn't seem like a huge number, but the greenies say they've figured out precisely what it should be. They say it should be 0.035%, 350 parts per million. So if we drill down a little more, of that 7 billion tons of CO2, just 2 billion tons is actual carbon. The rest, of course, is oxygen. It's the carbon that worries the greenies. Hence all these odes to the urgency of decarbonization. All right, 2 billion tons of carbon. That's a lot, but compared to what? After all, the Earth is huge. The total weight of the planet's about 6.5 sextillion tons. That's 21 zeros, by the way. And so is its atmosphere. The air above weighs 5.5 quadrillion tons. So of that immense total in the sky, carbon accounts for some 720 billion tons. Yeah, we're increasing that quantity, according to scientists, by 12 billion tons a year. But the Earth's pretty darn big. How much carbon is all around us? The human body, for instance, is about 18% carbon. So is just about every other animal. Yes, we are all the critters. We are carbon sinks. Of course, the world's forests hold about 861 billion tons of carbon. We can immediately see if we would maybe bump up the carbon sink of trees by just a smidgen, we would more than soak up. That $2 word is sequester, 2 billion tons of carbon. George H.W. Bush suggested this way back in time. What was it, 1990? His suggestion was, hey, if we planted more trees, they would suck up the carbon. It's that simple. But we got to get a news break in.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The spectacle of Monday's total solar eclipse has concluded, captivating millions as the eclipse's shadow traveled from Texas to Maine. The contiguous United States won't witness another total solar eclipse until 2044. President Biden has unveiled a fresh strategy aimed at forgiving student loan debt. During a visit to Madison, Wisconsin Monday, Biden outlined a series of measures designed to benefit tens of millions of Americans.
And altogether, my administration has taken the most significant action to provide student debt relief ever in the history of this country.
Among the initiatives is the forgiveness of accrued interest for individuals who currently owe more on their loans than their initial borrowing amount. Additionally, the plan extends debt relief to borrowers who have shouldered their loans for decades. President Biden criticizing Donald Trump for his position on abortion. In a statement issued Monday, Biden asserted that the former president bears responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade and alleged that Trump would endorse a national abortion ban if provided the opportunity. The statement follows Trump's release of a video Monday where he expressed his belief that abortion laws should be determined by individual states. Palestinian civilians and refugees continue starving in the war between Israel and Hamas. USA's Ryan Daniels.
World Food Program Director Cindy McCain says, though, it's not the only area in need.
Right now, Gaza is getting all the attention, and understandably. We cannot forget Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, Yemen, Haiti, as you mentioned. These are parts of the world that are literally on the brink of causing some even larger food crisis than are already happening right now, and I speak specifically to Sudan on that.
McCain flagged the humanitarian situation in Gaza in an appearance on CNN's State of the Union. The Israelis have announced plans to reopen a corridor in the north of Gaza to ramp up the flow of humanitarian assistance.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Former President Trump intends to file a lawsuit against the judge overseeing his hush money case in New York. According to the New York Times, the lawsuit aims to challenge the judge's gag order, potentially delaying the trial. Trump faces charges of falsifying business records in an alleged attempt to conceal a sexual encounter with adult film actress Stormy Daniels. This week, Congress returns with a full agenda. House Speaker Mike Johnson faces pressure to pass a national security package aiding Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. The Senate-approved bill is contested by House conservatives. Also, deadlines approach to renew FISA. In the Senate, Chuck Schumer plans to dismiss impeachment articles against DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas stemming from border management issues. The Israel-Hamas war has passed the 6-month mark, and while all stakeholders in the region continue struggling toward an agreement to end the violence and death in Gaza, the family of one Israeli hostage says ever since the October 7th Hamas terror attack, they've continued to face anguish and uncertainty.
Bringing the hostages back should be the top priority. It should be a world top priority. Everyone looking for de-escalation in the region should be opening the sentence saying, release the hostages. Any sentence of any demand of ceasefire without release of hostages is a death sentence to them.
The parents and brother of Omer Nutra spoke on CNN's State of the Union. 3 people are dead following a shooting at a law firm in Las Vegas. Reports indicate that shooting happened during a deposition. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, we return. Back at it, another hour underway. Welcome in, welcome aboard. As from time zone to time zone, we roll into a Tuesday. I did mention earlier, Ellie De La Cruz, an inside the park home run. I just came across a little post that says he made one for the history books this past evening. He's the first player in Major League Baseball history to do the following in the same game, which this past evening against the Brewers. He hit a home run from both sides of the plate. One was over the fence, and the other was the inside the park home run. 4+ runs scored and a stolen base. For the stat keepers out there, how about that? First player in Major League history to do all that in a game. Congratulations to Ellie. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. As we get a new hour underway, before we get back to your calls, now we all know in Washington, D.C., there is almost no such thing as a bipartisan bill these days. Such a divide between the two parties. That is not the case with the Repair Act impacting the trucking industry. An effort that's finding support on both sides of the aisle. This is H.R. 906, which would require manufacturers to provide important repair and diagnostic data. Currently co-sponsored by 25 Republicans and 25 Democrats. What is the Repair Act? It is short for the Right to Equitable Professional Auto Industry Repair Act. That would make motor vehicle manufacturers provide the owners with certain direct real-time in-vehicle data generated by the operation of the vehicle. When it comes to repairing our cars and trucks, the consumer deserves option, according to Representative Neil Dunn of Florida, who introduced the bill. This act would give owners, including the rural communities in my district, access to critical data so their chosen service center can replace parts and repair their vehicles. Now, outside of a recall and warranty repairs, a manufacturer would not be able to mandate the use of a particular brand or manufacturer of parts, tools, or equipment. I didn't realize in certain parts of the country you can't do repairs on your own. What state was that? I think it might have been Maine, where they talked to you. You got to take it to a dealer or something. It's OOIDA supports the Repair Act. This legislation would ensure that truckers and carriers have access to information about their vehicles to help diagnose and repair problems via the Fighting for Truckers website. This legislation would also help promote access to independent repair shops. We've been actively supporting this legislation, and we oppose efforts that would exclude heavy-duty trucks from the bill. Proponents of the bill say restrictions obviously drive up your repair cost and limit access to products and services. Also, the Repair Act supporters argue that consumers need the ability to repair your vehicles anywhere, and independent repairers need access to a level playing field. So the Repair Act, they did via the Fighting for Truckers website, say if you'd like to contact your legislator and ask them to jump on board as a sponsor or a co-sponsor to support the Repair Act. That'd be a good thing. Meanwhile, let me see, I believe Rex checking in here this morning. How we doing, Rex?
Hello, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Okay. I know a lot of people talked about the eclipse, but I was in Indianapolis, so I got the 100% darkness for about 3.5 seconds, or 3.5 minutes, my fault.
So
3 minutes and 34 seconds.
The full totality, yeah. So how cool was that?
Oh, yeah, we were. It was something to write your grandchildren about when you do have them. And my wife was standing outside of her workplace with all of her employees, and it took a minute because it didn't look like it was going to get dark, and then it overcast like it was going to rain. 3 seconds later, it got completely dark.
Just like flipping a light switch, huh?
Pretty much, yeah. And then we took off our glasses so we could see the complete diamond ring like they were talking about. And I tried to take a picture with the phone, but all I got was a little white ball in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have a better filter, I guess. I don't know. But we stood there and cheered it on for a minute, and I backed away from the building because I saw on the website that you could see four planets and a comet. And all I could see was Mars and Venus, one on one side of the moon or the sun and one on the other.
Okay.
I think it would be Mars and Venus, but they said you could actually see Saturn and Uranus. I didn't see none of that.
Yeah, and the comet, they also said, yeah, the comet. They said you would have needed a telescope for that. And, the problem with that is, I mean, once you get the darkness, I mean, in 3 minutes, you don't have enough time to get it set up and find the darn thing, you know?
Correct, yeah. You'd have to start searching, and by the time you search and found it, the lights come back on.
Exactly, yeah. So,
But
I mean...
it was pretty cool. You could...
Do you live in the Indianapolis area, or did you travel in there, and did you have to fight the madness trying to get back out of town, or...
Both. I live about 20 minutes west of Indianapolis, in between Indianapolis and Terre Haute. So all I did was just drive door to White Fork, and then after it was over, I drove to my workplace and waited for my load to come in. But when I left around 6:30, it took me 2.5 hours just to get north of Lafayette.
Okay, because they did say, they said Indy to Lafayette was backed up, I mean, until late in the evening, yeah.
Yeah. I got off because I know the back way on Highway 52 to the back end of Lafayette where you go around the west side. It was moving, but it was very, very heavy.
Yeah.
And anytime you got close to a city or a stoplight, you were backed up. So then I just stayed on 52, and then it merges with Highway 41 to get to Chicago. And I was about 2 hours late to my delivery, but my company knew it. I called them ahead of time twice, and they said, just get there when you can. I was like, okay. So I have never seen that much traffic in one area. But, you got to realize there was 500,000 people in the state, and 50,000 of them was at the Indianapolis Speedway. You know what I mean?
I know they had some massive crowds there. Yes, and then all kind of special events at the parks and recreation centers. I mean, massive crowds.
Yeah, they had concerts on the grounds. They had a couple of drivers go around the speedway, and then during the total darkness, they set off fireworks. So. It was all pretty cool, but, like I said, I was on the road by that time, so I missed it all.
Yeah.
But I was going to tell you, I actually have a story about FedEx. I used to drive outside carrier for FedEx, and I had a load from Indianapolis to Baltimore. I get to Baltimore and drop, take my break, and they said they'll have another one coming right back, but you have to beat the plane. I was like, there's no way in God's green earth I'm going to beat a plane on the ground. And they go, yeah, well, you have to beat the plane because you have the same stuff the plane has, and then it goes out once it gets on the ground. I said, okay.
Yeah.
So I get there at 4 o'clock, walk into the place. There's nobody there around. They're all gone because they left at 2 o'clock. I finally talked to a FedEx driver that comes in. He goes, call this number and give them this number, and they'll tell you if the load is even there. I said, okay. So I call that number. They said, we put it all on the plane. There was no room to make a load, so everything's on the plane. I was like, well, nobody told me that. Here I am waiting for the trailer. I just thought it was funny. They wanted me to try to beat the plane, and it already left.
Wow.
So I'm headed back to Indy and then take a break and do it all over again tomorrow.
Back and forth. So you Indy to Chicago.
Without the traffic.
You got to love that route on a regular basis.
I do it 2 times a week. I do Battle Creek, Michigan on the off days. So basically, I'm just a filler for Chicago, but my normal route is Battle Creek.
Wow.
But it's at night, so it's not that bad, but just depends on the traffic during that 7 o'clock time frame, you know what I mean?
No doubt about it. All right. Well, I'm glad you got out of there safely anyway, because, I mean, I guess people were doing their best to mind their P's and Q's with all the heavy traffic. I mean, if somebody would have screwed up, how many miles and miles would traffic have been backed up for? They saw some of that down there in Texas. What was that on? Was it 54, I think? Rex, hey, thank you so much for chiming in. Great to hear from you. And don't be a stranger. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So we're all familiar with cars and trucks being booted, as they call it. The boot they put on your tire. Yeah, a lot of times if you're parked illegally, if you failed to feed your parking meter on some of the city streets, they'll boot your vehicle until you pay the fine, right? This is something I had never heard of until this past day. Yeah, have you ever heard of a barnacle device? The New York Police Department, they say, is for the first time using it's a windshield boot to combat illegal truck parking in the city. On April 4 of this year, the chief of transportation announced that officers are for the first time using a windshield boot, or as they call it, a barnacle device, to immobilize illegally parked trucks. Now, what the hell is a barnacle device, you say? That's what I was inquiring. On April 5, 4 of the barnacle devices were used on commercial vehicles in the Queens neighborhood after a complaint from residents about illegal parking. According to the Barnacle Company website, the device uses suction cups that adhere to the windshield with 1,000 pounds of force. You can't get it off. In order to remove the device, the driver has to call the number or visit the website that's on the device and pay the fine. After the fine is paid, the driver receives a release code to punch in and get the device off. Once you get the device off the windshield, you then have to return the device to a drop box in order to remove the hold that they're going to have on your credit card. So in addition, so you pay the fine, and then they're going to put a hold on your credit card if you don't bring this device back. I don't know how many hundreds of dollars it might be if you decide that you don't want to return the device. They shared some images of parks lined up along that street there with the windshield boot devices applied. It's kind of like it looks like a oversized kind of a laptop looking thing that opens up, and it's blocking that. They're putting it on the driver's side. It pretty much covers the windshield on that side of the truck to where obviously you can't drive the truck. You can't see what's in front of you. A barnacle device. That's a new one on me. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Philip. What's going on?
They put some barnacle on my car. I'm going to be a little mad fella. How you going to be, Steve?
All right. I mean, it's, I don't know, 6 one, half dozen of the other. They put the boot on your tire or whatever, but I guess it doesn't damage the vehicle in any way. Doesn't damage the windshield, but I'm thinking somebody's got to find a way to bypass. To get them suction cups off.
1,000 pounds of pressure. That's ridiculous. And then at that, you pay the fine. It's bad enough you got to pay the fine, but then you got to have a hold on your daggone credit card to return the device. That's about plain stupid, man. I tell you, it just goes to show you how people are up. I guess they're up for the deal,
Right.
I'm all for if somebody breaks the law. I'm all for the deal. If you speed, you get a ticket. If you park illegally, you get a ticket. I understand it. It's justifiable, but to go through some of the junk that they go through to get their deal. And yesterday I heard you talking a little bit about legislation that was passed down here about towing. You remember you were talking about that, Steve?
Yes, the predatory towing, yes.
Okay, well, I was talking to Brain Dead yesterday about it. We had an instance, and I think this is what kind of started that bill down here. We had an instance in Orlando a few years ago. I think this was way even before the deal with Memphis and trucks. But they had a real bad problem with people going downtown Orlando that were parking, and they had a lot of these tow companies that even if the meter wasn't even run out, they would just yank a car and take it. And a lot of businesses, had people parked up in their businesses, and they would just start towing cars, and I think that's what prompted that bill to get going, and it's kind of like the same deal that they had out in Memphis, and they were charging like astronomical prices for people to get the cars out of the lockup.
Yeah.
And it's, that company down here since, it's kind of went through the same deal that company out in Memphis is going through. I think the one down here has went out of business, but the company itself was big into repossessions, and they were using tow trucks that were painted black, and they didn't have no company logos on them or nothing. They just come in and yank a car and be done with it, and didn't even care about it. Even though the cars were legally parked, and had a lot of problems with it down here. And if you get a chance, Steve, I'm not going to go into depth about it. I would like for you, if you could read the article and just, there is a legislator down here, or a legislator down here. Her name was Regina Hill. She just got, they indicted her. She took advantage of an older lady in the community. And I would like it if you could look that article up and tell everybody about the story of it, because it just goes to show you, I mean, people in power, they can't always be in power when they do stuff like this, and it's pretty bad stuff. And the governor actually just released her from her job, pending investigation and whatnot. They're actually going to have I'm not sure what all she did in the community, but if you get a chance, can you look that up? I think she was a congressman, Regina Hill.
Okay.
And if you get a chance, look that article up, and if you think you need to read it, read it. But it's an interesting story about how people take advantage of people. And if it's true what this lady did to this elderly lady, she shouldn't be nowhere in government. Nonetheless, be out in public. She needs to be, serving her time, if you know what I mean. So, but saw a little bit of that eclipse yesterday. For us, we only saw about maybe 50% of the sun covered. You could notice that outside it was like somebody dimming the lights a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The sun wasn't as bright as it usually is. And it was cool. It was neat. So, and to show you, Steve, how the things in Baltimore are going, you're getting ready to go on your break here. You want me to hold or you want me to leave?
We got about a minute, so let me put you on hold. I do see some of the headlines. This is out of your area there in Orlando. The local Fox affiliate here just a few hours ago. Orlando sets a special election date to fill Regina Hill's District 5 seat. From the Orlando Sentinel, judge slaps injunction on suspended Orlando Commissioner Regina Hill. So I'll try to get the rest of the story there, see what he's talking about. I guess they're going to hold that special election in May, as city commissioners voted Monday to set the special election May 21. If there's a runoff, then voters would head back to the polls on June the 18th. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Indeed, we'll take care of our news break here and back at it as we close out a Monday, rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden criticizing Donald Trump for his position on abortion. In a statement on Monday, Biden asserted the former president bears responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade and alleged that Trump would endorse a national abortion ban if elected. The statement follows Trump's release of a video where he expressed his belief that abortion laws should be determined by individual states. Millions of Americans traveled to see Monday's solar eclipse. The Federal Highway Administration projected that as many as 5 million people traveled somewhere to secure the optimal viewing spots. California could become the first state in the U.S. to pass a right to disconnect from work law. It would restrict employers from contacting employees during off hours. The proposed bill would mandate that companies better specify employees' compensated hours and prohibit them from expecting employees to respond to calls, texts, or emails outside of that time frame. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, welcome back. So I pulled up the rest of the story. I guess, long story short, this city commissioner in Orlando is just a scumbag. Taking advantage of a 96-year-old woman. The judge put a permanent injunction on the former commissioner, preventing her from any sort of interaction with the elderly. This was a constituent she was supposed to be representing, and she was actually defrauding the woman. The judge said troubling details of her spending of the 96-year-old woman's money. Vitamin infusions and a facelift. I guess there's been a year-long investigation by law enforcement, a felony indictment for elderly abuse and fraud that she now faces. She took the stand at the hearing and invoked her Fifth Amendment. Now, in the civil matter regarding the injunction originally filed, the judge determined that the elderly woman, who they're not naming, had the mental capacity to displace Hill's control of her affairs. Somehow Hill gained control of her affairs, a.k.a. her money, through a power of attorney filing after meeting the woman back in 2021. That woman has now placed a family friend in charge. And the judge said the woman faced an immediate present danger otherwise. So, a scumbag taking advantage of the old lady. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, it was a interesting story. I mean, she literally took control of this lady's everything. I mean, her money, a house that she had, all kinds of stuff. It was, when I saw this, I was like, how can somebody do this? But we've had a big problem with it down here in Florida with a lot of the retirees. You know, the folks that they get elderly, they come down here and they've worked their life and they get, you know, try to get ahead and stuff, and then they get into, you know, issues with dementia and different things going on mentally. And then we have a lot of people down here that have been taking advantage of elderly folks like that, Steve, and it's disheartening, and it's just downright nasty. You know, I don't know how many times I've seen down here where people have taken guardianship of people like that. And they've just basically, everything that person worked for all their life, they just depleted it. You know, and for her to do it, especially being commissioner in a very upstanding deal like in Orlando, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And I was like, wow, I thought I'd mention it to you. I want to get to Baltimore just for a second here with the ship that hit the bridge, just to show you how it affects things moving as far as like freight. Okay, so we all watch YouTube. I watch it. I watch a lot of different things on YouTube, but there's actually a guy on YouTube who has a channel where he moves heavy equipment. He moves excavators, bulldozers, etc., that kind of stuff. Kind of like what Q-Ball's got going on, but a different deal. But he's up in Canada. Well, he has to go to Baltimore to move a lot of equipment up to Canada. And I'm talking like big equipment, like Caterpillar excavators, and that kind of stuff. And he showed last week, he was at the port of Baltimore and picked up an excavator. Now, he said that they're running half staff right now for what they've got going on there. And they are trying to get the machines moved back to where they can get them going. But there is a lot of equipment, and I saw a lot of video. There's a lot of equipment sitting in the port that ain't going nowhere. It's just sitting there. I mean, John Deere, Caterpillar, a ton of companies have got equipment sitting there, but there's no way to do it because evidently it comes from China. A lot of equipment comes from China into Baltimore. It's offloaded there. Then from there it goes up into Canada. And I never knew that. I thought, it all went into different ports of like, around New York or whatever. I never thought about going into Baltimore. But there's a lot of machinery that's sitting in Baltimore that's not going to get delivered. That I guess they're trying to reroute it and figure out where it's going to go to. But, there's machines that John Deere made that are sitting there in Baltimore being shipped overseas that are sitting there. He showed this one ship that's just sitting there. It can't do nothing. It's totally empty. It can't even be loaded until they get everything cleared with the channel. They can't even load the ship, and it's just sitting there.
Right.
So just to let you know how things are being held up, it ain't just holding up us. It's holding up Canada and other places in the world by what's going on in the Baltimore deal. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, Steve. And y'all have a good one.
All right, thanks for checking in here, and hey, have a great morning. There you go, Philip in Florida. From Florida to Beaver Creek, Ohio. What's going on, Mike?
Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hi there.
How are you? First time I've called your new show.
I thought that was the case. First time caller, Mike in Beaver Creek.
Yeah. We have a fifth wheel camper, and we tow with a Dodge Ram diesel. And I'm on these pages on Facebook, and I think it's Revana or something, that electric pickup truck. It was impressive. It towed like 11,000 pounds, but they did a test with a 6,000-pound camper, which is a very small camper if you know anything about the RVing. And the range on it was 110 miles. I mean, I couldn't even go from Beaver Creek to Lexington without begging for a charge, Mm-hmm. This country's just too big. It's not ready for this stuff. It's just not.
And I think I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take for this administration to wake up and smell the coffee or face the reality that, I mean, they can push all they want to push, but it's not going to happen. Not in their time frame.
It's not going to happen. I mean, Europe or something, yeah, you can get by with it, but not this country. It's a big country. Have you listened to much of George Carlin's brilliant routines at all?
Oh, not really. I mean, years ago, I heard some of his clips, but
yeah, we in high school we had his albums. We used to know them by heart. But
yeah,
there's a routine if you get off the air or you YouTube it sometime. It's George Carlin saving the planet, and it's just he's so right in so much stuff he says in typical George Carlin fashion. If you have a chance to pull that up sometime, do so. It's really entertaining, and he, like I say, he's right in so many ways.
So he was he was way ahead of the curve then. If he was talking about all that stuff all those years ago, yeah. I guess he saw the handwriting on the wall. What was coming down the pike?
Right, exactly. Yeah, like I say, we used to know his routines by heart in high school, and as far as these electric vehicles, there's so many of your regular callers like Grump and Cue Ball that turn wrenches, and they know, these new cars burn so much cleaner, and, you get 80, 90, life of the car without a spark plug sometimes anymore. Back in the day, points plugs, condenser was a common thing, to replace when I was a kid. Not anymore. I go way back with you, though. I was listening that night when that woman went off the rails. I don't know whether she was drinking or high or both, and that opened the doors for your dad. I think it was Randy Michaels brought your dad in. That brought him in,
You're going you're going way back in time. Yeah. That's like 1983 or something.
Or something. Yeah, I trucked for 41 years, so I retired in November 19. So I miss the people I delivered to, but I don't miss the craziness out on the road, Steve.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
I talk to your buddy Rick, almost every day on the phone. So in Columbus. So.
Well, we got your number here for a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret products.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. With the Dodge Ram diesel, I'll certainly take advantage of it. And I've been using Stable for years in my snowblower and lawnmowers and stuff, and it does the trick, I tell you. And I support, Hot Shot Secrets with their, products for my Ram. So I appreciate it very much.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for dialing us up, Mike, and thanks for being a listener. I know you chime in via Facebook every once now and again to say hello, but yeah, all right. First time caller. And it is 844-844-3388. Speaking of the electric cars, let me see. Right along that line where it's not working, right? We all see it. I think I had this last evening, but we'll share it now. One of the most valuable companies on the planet, the tech giant Apple, has laid off more than 600 employees in California, signaling a shift in the company's priorities as they face a multitude of challenges under the leadership of CEO Tim Cook. Many of those layoffs related to the company's failed electric vehicle project. They shut that down in February. Business Insider reports Apple, known for their stability and infrequent layoffs, has taken the surprising step of cutting over 600 jobs in California, according to the filing with the California Employment Development Department. These individuals were primarily involved in expensive research and development projects like the secretive electric vehicle initiative that they scrapped in February after costing the company $1 billion annually since 2014. $1 billion annually, folks. That adds up to, pretty much $1 billion a year for 10 years. All for naught. Another project impacted by the layoffs was an in-house endeavor to create brighter smartwatch screens using some sort of micro LED technology. Now, these layoffs are a relatively small number in the big picture because it's a big company. But they're looking to streamline their research and development efforts, facing numerous challenges that threaten their dominance in the tech industry. One of the most pressing issues is the slowing sales of the iPhone, particularly in China, which is their most important international market. Yeah, iPhone sales in China fell by 24% in the first 6 weeks of this year. Overall shipments in February, 33% lower than the same month in the previous year. They've got increased competition from the likes of rivals. Huawei, whose 5G-enabled Mate 60 Pro has been gaining favor among the Chinese consumers there. And we'll get back to your calls just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, what do you say? Bird flu, making the headlines in recent days. The Centers for Disease Control is saying this past day that the bird flu risk to the public remains low. But they're asking state public health officials to be prepared to respond. They ask for plans to quickly test and provide treatment to potentially impacted farm workers after positive results among the cattle herds, as we know. They're encouraging state health officials to communicate about any challenges they might be facing. Earlier, Texas and the CDC, of course, had reported that case of avian influenza in a person who had contact with the dairy cows, presumed to be infected with the virus. That farm worker from Texas reported to be infected on April 1st, making that only the second known case of the H5N1 strain, commonly known as the bird flu, identified in a person in the United States. Now, we do know they're watching closely as it is now spread to dairy cows in Texas, Kansas, New Mexico, Michigan, and Idaho. And this is all something that's new in recent weeks. The first time it's been known to infect cattle. Still trying to figure that one out. They are. And meanwhile, hey there, Pappy, what's happening this morning?
George Carlin, man. Dude, used to love listening to him, man. I forget which one. It's probably like this guy said, going back 15, 20 years, but he went off on the government on one of his shows. And I'll never forget him saying, he goes, DC's a big club, and we ain't in it. You remember seeing that clip?
I think I've seen that one, yes.
Yeah, good stuff. I got a jealous dog, man. Holy moly, Steve. I'm walking around with a baby a little while ago and fed the little fella. Oh, man. He's jealous. He wouldn't get out of my lap, man. Put the baby down. He comes crawling up. Come on, man. Get off me.
He wants your undivided attention.
Fed him for a half hour.
Give me the attention.
Yes, he does. Steve, listen, he was like this from the day we brought him home. But, man, I mean, he really, man, he don't like you holding that baby. He wants the attention, man. I mean, he's good with the little fella. He just sniffs him, you know. But, hey, man, talking about this lady had scammed this old lady, right? Steve, you'd be surprised, man. We had a dude about 4 months ago. So check this out. These guys, some of my guys on the squad are a little newer. I mean, they're not rookies, but they haven't been around a whole long time. So anyway, they call me and so I was let me run this by you, man. Day shift was out here on this, and I don't know, we got called back. What do you think? So what happened was, this dude, he's in his mid-30s. He was kind of living in this lady's garage, right?
Okay.
And she wanted him out. And he told the day shift officer, listen, man, I've been staying here for, several months, and cutting her grass and driving her around and working on my car in here. And, she's been letting me. I kind of took occupancy, so to speak.
Yeah.
To deep that's garage, yeah. Well, come to find out, this dude was out, one of these drivers that deliver food, right? Say you order a hamburger, right? He picks it up and drops it off at your house. Well, that's what this old lady did. So he's delivering food to her house, and I guess she comes out and he goes, hey, I notice your grass is a little tall. She goes, well, yeah, I can't really get out there and cut it. He goes, well, if you need somebody to cut your grass, I'll be more than happy to come down here and cut your grass. For sure, that's how they weasel away in, Steve.
Yeah.
He's down there cutting her grass. He says, hey, if you ever need a ride to the store, So she had this car. It was fairly new. It wasn't old, but it wasn't a brand new car. I forget what it was. He starts driving her around in her car, taking her appointments to the store or whatnot. Wheezing on his way in, and she don't drive no more. So he was like, well, since you don't drive anymore, I'll drive you around, and my car's a little older. Why don't you just sign that car over in my name? Which she does.
Wow.
Which she does. They go up to the BMV. She signs the title over in his name. And, so it got to the point, I guess, he borrowed some money off of her. They got in an argument about him paying the money back. So that's why we got called again. This guy was refusing to leave. And day shift was like, well, man, you might have to get him evicted. Well, he picked the wrong squad, Steve. Go down there and argue with the lady again, because I wasn't able to be a part of it. I said, you tell that guy, you better pack his stuff and get. Well, we're going to put some handcuffs on him and arrest him for criminal trespassing. So he ended up agreeing. It turns out, yeah, he was like in the mid-30s, lived with mommy. But that's, Steve, that's what they do. They weasel their way in, you know. They smooth over these older people that way. And there was no doubt in my mind, if he would have had, you know, enough time with this lady, because she had no kids around, no really relatives or anything, lives all by her. But he probably would have talked her into signing that house over in his name there.
Right. So the house, or ended up with access to the bank account and emptied her out.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we just couldn't hook him up for theft of that vehicle. You know, I ran it by CIS, a couple of detectives, because I was like, man, I'd like to jack him up on some felony charges for. It's like, well, she voluntarily did it. I'm like, yeah, but it's all by deception. And they're like, yeah, we're probably going to lose it in court. Back in the day, Steve.
I guess it comes down to whether her mental faculties were able to make her own decisions, right? Yeah, we got to pause there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza has now crossed the 6-month mark, with many hostages still in Hamas's hands and still with many thousands of Palestinian civilians starving every day. USA's Laura Winters has more.
It's the result of the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel on October 7th, Hamas slaughtering more than 1,000 Jewish people, including Americans, at a music festival and at their homes.
Meantime, the Israeli military said it's withdrawing ground troops from the southern Gaza Strip. The IDF said Sunday its 98th Division is leaving the Strip to recuperate and prepare for future operations. Monday's solar eclipse might have been the reason for some busy traffic on U.S. interstates and highways. Federal Highway Administration estimating that as many as 5 million Americans would be traveling to sites within the event's path of totality. They advise it's probably best for travelers to stay at their solar eclipse destinations a little longer if they want to avoid the crowded highways heading home. The possibility of cloud cover, still a concern. USA's John Schaefer.
According to the latest information from the National Weather Service, individuals from Texas through Arkansas and potentially in Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and western New York may experience obstacles in viewing the eclipse. Northern New England and the region stretching from southern Missouri to central Indiana have been identified as areas with the most favorable conditions for clear viewing.
The governor of Maryland says that he'll push to have the Port of Baltimore back open and operating by next month.
It is an aggressive timeline, but we are going to work around the clock to make sure that we hit this timeline.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Governor Wes Moore said he's not quite sure how much it will cost. The governor plans to visit with lawmakers in Congress this week to consider more federal funding for reconstruction of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Palestinian civilians and refugees continue starving in the war between Israel and Hamas, as reported. World Food Program Director Cindy McCain says, though, it's not the only area in need.
Right now, Gaza is getting all the attention, and understandably. We cannot forget Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, Yemen, Haiti, as you mentioned. These are parts of the world that are literally on the brink of causing some even larger food crisis than are already happening right now, and I speak specifically to Sudan on that.
McCain flagged the humanitarian situation in Gaza in an appearance on CNN's State of the Union. The Israelis have announced plans to reopen a corridor in the north of Gaza to ramp up the flow of humanitarian assistance. Country music star Morgan Wallen now facing charges after police say he threw a chair from a rooftop bar in Nashville Sunday night. It just so happens a number of police officers were standing near where the chair fell on the sidewalk below. This about 11 p.m. when witnesses said they spotted Wallen throwing the chair and then laughing about it. Police are also reviewing security footage of the incident. And the University of South Carolina women's basketball team has wrapped up a perfect season. They won the national championship, 87-75 over Iowa this weekend. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster taking to social media, extending his congrats on what he called another dominating season for the ladies. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And another hour just like that. Hey, welcome into a Tuesday for our friends on the West Coast. As yes, we cross over the midnight hour. A story pretty close to home here. I'm going to get back to Pappy, but I wanted to share this one because it's kind of a local thing. You know, one county to our north here in southwest Ohio. And this goes in line, we haven't talked much, but the border crisis. The continuing wide open southern border, crimes being perpetrated on innocent citizens legally residing in this country. In this case, an illegal Mexican immigrant who has been deported at least 8 times, according to Butler County sheriffs, and arrested nearly a dozen times, is now facing murder charges following the discovery of a man's body in Ohio. 46-year-old Fermin Garcia Gutierrez being held in the Butler County Jail. Aggravated murder, premeditated charges, using weapons while intoxicated, carrying concealed weapons, possession of drugs, obstructing official business, according to the jail records. Officers found the victim's body just after 2:30 in the afternoon, not yesterday, but the previous Monday, in response to a 911 call. His first arrest back in 2001. He has used at least 7 different names and 3 different birthdays, according to Sheriff Richard Jones. Garcia Gutierrez has been charged with over 20 crimes in that time period and is also a gang member. Now, he's now jailed on an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detainer. Jones says that person would be alive today, and if you don't think it's affecting you in Butler County, Ohio, we are all now border states. We are all border counties. It's here, and we could go on and on. Who knows how many people this guy's been involved in and killed. Here in the United States, in our jail, he's had 2 or 3 weapons charges. He's had domestic violence charges, driving while intoxicated. We don't know how many he's killed in Mexico. But he was deported 7 times. Also stopped at the border on another occasion, then sent back to Mexico. The sheriff said they have seen nearly 1,000 illegal aliens facing state charges in their jail, Butler County, since July of 2021. Our border is broken, and these individuals are the cause of it, he says. And when he says that, he's pointed to photographs of none other than Joe Biden, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and Mexico's President Manuel Lopez Obrador, stating that he actually doesn't run Mexico. Mexico's president. It's the drug cartel. We've got to stop this border invasion. So you send them back, and they just come right back again. But my memory serves correct, first time entering the United States illegally is a misdemeanor. If you are deported for whatever reason, you come back, it's a felony. How do you subsequently get 6 deportations, which are all going to be felonies, and then still be here committing all these other crimes, gun charges, drug charges? How in the hell do we stop it? Had you heard about that case, Pappy?
I have not, Steve. That's the first time I'm hearing about it. Are you talking about it?
There you go. Yep. Now, I mean,
You know,
and Jones
Sheriff
says,
Jones, he don't play around.
and he's saying they've had, since 2021, 1,000 illegal aliens facing jail time there in Butler County. I'm just kind of reminiscing back where Big Ed said, I'm not seeing all these illegals. Apparently, Hamilton, for whatever reason, Hamilton must be a hotbed for them coming into the country.
Well, Steve, remember what I told you about a month ago when I had to make a trip down to the good old Justice Center?
Correct. Yeah, you said you were seeing them. They're here.
Like
That's downtown Cincinnati.
Lined up. CO was like, yeah, man, it's like this every night. Come midnight, after midnight. Deliberate destabilization of this country, Steve. Brought to you by the big guy. Not funny, though.
Sad.
But hey, real quick, the reason we were able to force that dude out of there, because he didn't have any kind of signed lease agreement or even an oral agreement with her about, living in the garage. He just asked if he could work on his truck, and then he just kind of moved on in.
Mm-hmm.
So, but man, the court, Steve, here lately, and everybody kind of seen it when COVID hit with this eviction stuff. But years ago, I had a kid that was acting up. Mom wanted to kick him out of the house, but he was 17 and can't do it at 17, So he finally turned 18, got a run there, and told Mom, I said, well, you want to kick him out? You can kick him out now. He's 18. Remember how we used to tell our kids, once you're 18, out the door you go. So he was refusing to leave. I sat there and told him. I said, man, listen, dude, if you don't leave, you're 18 now. Mom told you. He was he's a pretty big boy, too. I thought I might have to tango with him a little bit, but Mom's like, man, nope, take him to jail. I don't care. He's refusing. So stand up, Junior. Put handcuffs on him, took him out to the car. Doing some paperwork. Mom comes out. I don't want him to go to jail. Got him out, uncuffed him. But the point is, Steve, is back then, you could kick your kids out of the house. Now you need to evict them. You need to go through the eviction process. We see this a lot here lately where these guys, hook up with some girls, don't really know them, and bring them into their house. And depending on how long the person's been there, but if he's letting this girl stay there for a couple months, I don't care if she don't get no mail, don't pay none of the bills, nothing. He moves her in. They get in an argument. He wants her to go, and she refuses to leave. Steve, back in the day, we tell her to get your... Think of this, man. You let somebody stay in your house for a couple weeks, a month. And that happened to me a long time ago. A good buddy of mine. He ended up he was a drunk, And the wife at the time was, Al's got to go, man. Yeah, he's been bouncing around, from friend to friend, staying with Al. You got to go, man. All right, thanks for letting me stay here. I mean, he left, but the point was, if he was refusing to leave, back in them days, I could call the police and say, dude, I got a right to kick somebody out of my house, man. Nowadays, I'm warning people, you got to evict them. You literally got to go down to the courts, go in front of a judge, and evict them. It's ridiculous. I don't know what got me on that tantrum.
I mean, it kind of goes with the.
Hey, the other night I wanted to.
The whole squatters thing that they're talking about in New York and whatnot. That the
Yeah.
squatters, like they have more rights than the owner of the damn home.
Steve, I don't get that. I think sometimes they look for these maybe vacant homes where somebody owns. They maybe were renting them out, and the people, move out, and they're in the process maybe trying to rent the house back out, and these people move in. These squatters kind of take over. Now, I'm telling you right now, don't play in my beach territory. Get them out. Put handcuffs on. You better have some court documentation or something that you own this house or you rent. If you got no paperwork, right? I got the owner of this house showing up saying these people just moved in. I don't know who the hell they are. We rent this house out. It was vacant for a couple weeks, and we come here to check on it, and these people are in the damn basement.
Right.
Out. But, hey, man, when I was talking about Biden cutting oil to Europe, right, which is actually helping Putin finance his little war against Ukraine there. Did you see Blinken? I forgot to bring this. Blinken's on TV giving a press conference talking about how NATO, we need to get Ukraine into NATO. Did you see that clip?
No. Mm-mm.
Yes, sir. Unbelievable. And we all saw that interview with Tucker and Putin. We were all talking about, man, this encroachment on Russia with all these NATO countries. Henry Kissinger warned against it. There was a video out, Bongino put out. It was the big guy, like 10, 15 years ago, standing on the Senate floor, warning the United States about NATO intruding onto Russia. Fact, Steve. It's like 15 years ago. And now what's he doing?
Mm-hmm.
Talking, man, I'll tell you what, Steve. If they turn around and let Ukraine become a member of NATO, man, what is Putin going to do? He flat out told Tucker that's kind of the red line in the sand there. Are we going to be required to send our troops over there?
Bingo. That's the alliance.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. We have to keep an eye on this one. Bird flu floating around. Jeez, Steve. Man, you hate to say it, but man, did they concoct this thing? God. You just don't know what to believe anymore, man.
Right.
Unbelievable. But, hey, man, yeah. The old eclipse, man, out here in Harrison. Excuse me, I guess we were in totality because Steve, once it totally covered it, you could look up at it. It wasn't hurting your eyes at all.
Okay.
That
was definitely totality.
I guess it lasted. Yeah. Because, once it totally covered it, you could look up, you'd see the ring around it. Wasn't hurting your eyes at all. It definitely got dark. It wasn't like it was midnight out here.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody else said, it got real dark, but it wasn't like real darkness. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Kind of an eerie feeling, I guess. But I guess it lasted about 2 minutes, a minute and a half, somewhere around there. I thought it was only going to last for like 30 or 40 seconds,
yeah.
Steve.
Uh-huh.
And it went a lot longer than I thought. But, man, as soon as that sun peeked back out, Mercedes was like, hey, I got to go to the store. I'll go ahead, huh? She went over to West Road Overpass, went to the store. By the time she left that store and came back over to West Road Overpass, she said 74 was a standstill. It was bumper to bumper. So that's what I was telling you. Yeah, he probably made a good call
to not
check it out,
not try to not venture further into the totality zone. Yeah.
Yeah. They said the Harrison police were out there, and the big intersections, they just shut the lights off, and they had the officers out there directing traffic. It was so bad. So, but yeah, once in a lifetime deal, man. It was cool, you know. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be around for the next one, Steve. I think, what did you say,
44, I believe, is the year. 20 years. Yeah, 40, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess 64 now. If we're talking 22, yeah, I guess I'll be around 86 maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
That'd be cutting it close, man.
Question mark. Yes.
All right, my man. Appreciate you taking the call. Really about all I got. We all survived till November, right?
The world did not come to an end.
All right.
Yeah. All right, man. Have a good morning. It is 844-844-3388. Yes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what do you say? Back at it here. We are rolling into the early hours of a Tuesday. Somebody waking up awful early this morning. What's going on, Dean?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
A long time no talk. Doing
Can you
well.
hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine. What's happening?
Yeah. Oh, not much, man. I tried to call in from my home phone, but my headset wasn't working, so I'm driving to the office where it actually works, and I was listening to the show on the way in. I figured, hell, I'll try and just call from the damn car.
Here you are.
That's about it, man. Yep, here I am. And I had a hard time trying to figure out how to listen to y'all. Scott had to send me a link because I was lost. I couldn't figure out where you were at.
Since we got the boot from YouTube, yeah, the Facebook, Rumble is, and of course the app. Most of the drivers listen on the app.
Oh, I see. All right, I didn't realize there was an app.
The smartphone app, yeah. You go to your app store and type in overnightdriveradio.com. It's a free download, and that way they can just push the button and you don't have to have the screen lit up. You know, truckers, you're not supposed to be watching Facebook or any sort of video, so they don't have to have the screen lit up to listen. And then they plug their smartphone into the radio in the truck.
I got you. Well, I have my smartphone plugged into the radio on my truck right now.
See?
So
Yep.
that's the way I called in. But anyways, I'm just checking in, seeing how everybody's doing. I know it's been a while since I've been on, and letting everybody know I'm still around. I still got people calling in from your show that have been listening for years. And I just want to say thank you very much, brother.
So how are things in the Sunshine State? I mean, you went through a difficult time. The COVID thing, for all the tax preparers and whatnot, that damn near shut you down, didn't it?
Yeah, COVID almost wiped me out completely. When IRS was closed for 10 months, I couldn't bring on any new clients, and I had to downsize considerably.
You couldn't get any normally you'd get the transcripts and things like that, and you couldn't get the transcripts, could you?
No, I couldn't do anything. Matter of fact, even the cases that I was currently working on, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Because they weren't open. My job required the IRS to be open. To talk with them directly on each case, and it was just a complete shutdown. It was gathering documents only, and then I couldn't do anything with the documents.
Wow.
So I sent stuff in, and it would just sit there, just like a bunch of the mail sat there forever. But now they're back in full steam. They're sending out a bunch of collection notices to everybody, and it's picking back up. I'm not wishing that on everybody, obviously, but it's good for my business.
Well, they've got their 80,000 new. Don't they have their 80,000 new, tax reps or whatever? And they're doing they're going to be going after people.
That's a 10-year program. So that's going to take a while. They did take some new ones in, but it didn't. They didn't do the whole thing all at one time.
Okay.
But they do have a lot of new people there that really don't know what the heck they're doing. So that's kind of a bummer for the normal Joe that calls in and hoping to get some answers, from the IRS.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to get them because most of the people there, they don't know what's going on. They're completely clueless. So I don't know what else to say about that. So anybody calling in trying to handle things on their own, hoping to get answers they need, they're not going to get the right answers. That's for sure. But other than that, what's been going on with you, brother? How you been doing?
Plugging away one day at a time, trying to grow the show, as they say, still trying to get the word out, people that haven't found us.
Right. Well, I found you, and I was listening on that YouTube thing, and then next thing you know, you weren't there no more. So,
yeah, it's because
what happened with that?
You're not allowed to tell the truth on YouTube. We were going through a period where there were questions about who actually won the election, and I think the one that really got me was we were talking about the COVID vaccines, and I was, I had many, many questions about that vaccine, and they considered that misinformation, if you know what I mean. But hey, pause there. We'll be right back.
USA News Update. President Biden criticizing Donald Trump for his position on abortion. In a statement on Monday, Biden asserted the former president bears responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade and alleged that Trump would endorse a national abortion ban if elected. The statement follows Trump's release of a video where he expressed his belief that abortion laws should be determined by individual states. Millions of Americans traveled to see Monday's solar eclipse. The Federal Highway Administration projected that as many as 5 million people traveled somewhere to secure the optimal viewing spots. California could become the first state in the U.S. to pass a right to disconnect from work law. It would restrict employers from contacting employees during off hours. The proposed bill would mandate that companies better specify employees' compensated hours and prohibit them from expecting employees to respond to calls, texts, or emails outside of that time frame. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here at 844 or 844-3388. Yeah, we'll get to Sundance is online. Wheelchair Dave will be checking in. Craig wanted to talk about the big day yesterday. Morning, Craig. What's happening?
Not much. Just riding along. I got home yesterday around 10 o'clock. Man, I didn't have any traffic going through Cincinnati or Dayton coming north. It was great. Because they had the schools closed, there wasn't much traffic jam like there normally is in rush hour.
Right.
So that was good. You know, in my opinion, the eclipse was pretty much, I've been through it before. I'm 66 years old. I've seen it, they had a partial eclipse years ago. And, I just kind of pessimistic. It's dark every day,
Right.
We have nighttime. So, I was not too impressed. And then we walked out on the front porch. Mama's got a pair of those glasses to watch it. She's looking up at it. We share it back and forth. But I realize there's no noise in my neighborhood. Usually somebody's beating on a fender, using a saw of some sort. You can always hear noise in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And it was just like stone quiet. I thought, well, this is really unusual. And as the eclipse came, when it finally, gave us total eclipse, all of a sudden, these people all cheered in my neighborhood and were screaming and whistling and stuff. And I could hear a large crowd. I live close to Grand Lake, and there was a gathering down there at the lake about a block and a half away. It sounded like 1,000 people down there shouting and stuff. So,
wow.
Yeah, it was a big deal. It impressed me that so many people were into this like this.
Yeah.
But it was neat seeing the street lights come on, and my solar lights in the yard kind of popped on, and and it was neat also to look around because it looked like sunrise was coming in from 360 degrees
all
around
directions.
Here, east, west, north,
right.
south. It all looked like sunrise.
That's what they say. Yeah, I didn't get to experience that.
So yeah, it was neat. Yeah, I actually got a kick out of it where I was being kind of pessimistic beforehand. That it was as neat as it was, especially hearing the neighbors and stuff all yelling and stuff. So, yeah, we enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Also, on that issue of having the barnacle thing put on your windshield.
Yeah, that was a new one on me.
I think they've had those before down here at various Walmarts. They go in and put them on there. One guy said, it'd be cheaper just to kick his windshield out and go to a dealer and get a new windshield installed. So anyway, that was my little hoo-ha. Thank you so much for having me on. Bug you later.
Thank you for checking in, Craig. Great to hear from you. And yeah, so it was pretty much the same in our neighborhood. Now, for those people, a lot of people had to work, so they weren't. But for any of the neighbors that were home. And the kids were out of school, so they were all out with their glasses, and yeah, saw some of the older neighbors that you don't see very often. Actually, got the lawn chair out, and we're sitting out there with their glasses, watching the eclipse. And at 99.9%, we didn't get the total darkness and the look of the sunrise or the sunset all around. That I'm sure that would have been cool to see, but. Yeah, I was, even with 99.9, I was pretty impressed. All right, welcome back, Dean.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to jump from the car into the office real quick.
So you're up.
I just wanted to jump. I won't take up much of your time. I know we didn't plan this call in or whatnot, but I just want to let everybody know, if people are out there still, they haven't filed their taxes and whatnot, they're more than welcome to give me a call. I can't promise I'd have it done by the 15th, but I can file an extension for them all, and we'll get it done. And, they can just call me at the 888-557-4020, and there'll be someone there to answer the phone call and answer any questions they may have. And obviously, if they say that they're calling in from your show, they get discounts, so that's always a good thing for them as well.
Absolutely.
But if you want to arrange a night sometime this week, where I come on and people can call in with questions about taxes, we can do that.
Well, it is pretty much, this is push time, right? You've got to 15th, is 15th the filing deadline, or do they get an extra day or two this year like we've done in recent years?
No, 15th is the deadline.
15th this year, okay.
15th is the deadline.
So at this point, if I'm a trucker and I haven't started doing anything, it's probably best to go ahead and, opt to file an extension, because... You're probably gangbusters right now, aren't you?
Yeah, most definitely. Oh yeah, we're going absolutely crazy. We were talking about the COVID earlier, and I had to downsize quite a bit. So, we're running around like chickens with our heads cut off to get everything done by the 15th, and we're having to file extensions for quite a few people.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we get it all in time and no one's late because of us. But as you know, we specialize in truck drivers, so that's always a good thing. And I'm still getting calls from people listening to your show that have listened for years and have a lot of respect for what you have to say. So it's a good thing. It's always a good thing for us. I appreciate you very much, man.
Absolutely. Hey, it's great to hear from you, Dean. I hope everything else is going all right. I talked to you many, many moons ago that we are doing a cruise in October, but I told the wife, I said, the day, I think it's we leave the cruise departs on the 12th, and I said October 12th through the said that's when you're also kind of a busy time, because all those people that filed extensions they probably come to you at the last minute, don't they, to get it done by the 15th of October?
Most definitely, right? Exactly. Yeah, it's just like now.
That's what I thought.
Everyone comes at the last minute and expects it to get done, but. Between now and then October comes around, it's pretty much the same scenario.
Yeah.
So I wish I could go on a cruise, but unfortunately, that's just not the best time.
That's what I said. I said, ain't no way he's going to be able to be gone on the 15th.
When are you scheduling another one?
I don't know, Dean. I told the princess I think this might be the last one we do. I don't know. We'll see. We'll play it by ear, but it just.
Oh, there you go. I wish I could see y'all again.
There's a lot involved, and I don't know. I'm getting older, and I stress when I travel. I get stressed out having to fly for whatever reason. I never used to be that way, and if I've got to make a drive, like a 6-hour drive somewhere, I get all like panic attacking. I don't get it, but that's me.
For me, it's my sciatic that kills me, man. That's pretty sad to say, man. I feel older than dirt, but my wife went back to Bulgaria a couple months back to see her family, and she wanted me to go. I was like, hell no, not unless I'm flying first class. I'm laying down or something, because that's just too painful for me.
Wow.
Way too painful. Sitting down in one spot the whole time and, getting up and down all the time, they make you sit down if you're standing too long. So, yeah, I'll just stay here and hold down the fort.
Well, give him that.
But, like I said, I won't take up much of your time.
I was going to say, give him that direct line number once again. And for those who may not know, Dean kind of specializes in helping people that maybe have neglected filing, and I think a lot of people during the COVID didn't file, and you got to get caught up, because the IRS is they're getting back to trying to catch up with people who haven't filed. He specializes in that. Now, you've got a division where you can also help truck drivers just generally file taxes as well, right?
Most definitely, yes. And a lot of those people that didn't file, they weren't able to take advantage of the stimulus checks. Just so you know, when you file now, you can actually get those stimulus checks still. So you're not completely out. It would be added into any refunds, or if you had a balance due, it would knock it down based on the stimulus check that you should have gotten way back then.
Okay.
So those are still available as well.
Very interesting.
Alrighty?
Yes, sir. And that number again was?
Yeah. It's 888-557-4020.
888-557.
TaxHelpMD.com.
4020. TaxHelpMD.
888-557-4020.
Dean Michael is...
Thank you very much, brother, for having me on the air.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to sit down and, like you say, take some calls, folks that maybe have questions, because it's been a while.
Yeah, it has. It's been a minute. I've been meaning to call in, but it's just so darn hard to stay up this late.
You old fart, you're in bed. You're in bed at 9 o'clock in the evening.
Time.
Are you in bed
What's
at 9?
that?
Are you in bed at 9 o'clock in the evening now, like a geriatric?
Oh, not lately during the tax season. I'm here still working usually till 10 or 11 at night, and then I come back real early in the morning. So once the season's over, yeah, I'm usually in bed relatively early. Like you said earlier, like you said before, I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. But I'm here for your people whenever they need me.
Very good. Thank you so much, Dean. You have a great day.
All righty. Thank you very much, brother.
Appreciate you checking in.
You too.
About 16 before the hour. There you go. Surprise, surprise. All right, new report suggests back to trucking, and I guess driving overall, not just trucking. Looks like many motorists are maybe finally starting to put down the phone when they're behind the wheel, potentially reducing crashes related to distracted driving. Cambridge Mobile Telematics has issued their report, The State of the U.S. Road Risk for 2024, which says for the first time since at least 2020, drivers are using their phone less compared to the previous year. How they come up with these numbers, I don't know. But in 2023, motorists spent 126 seconds per hour interacting with phone screens. That was a 4.5% decrease from 2022. Now, screen interaction, they say, is defined as any physical interaction with the phone screen that includes everything from writing an email or a text to using an app, entering a phone number, playing a game, whatever it might be. With phones being a factor in a large number of crashes, Cambridge Mobile Telematics estimates the reduction in distracted driving may have helped prevent 55,000 crashes, 31,000 injuries, 250 fatalities, and close to $2.2 billion in economic damages just last year. Driving on the weekend may be more dangerous. Distracted driving via screen interaction is worse on Saturday and Sunday. Broken down by day, screen interaction while driving was lowest on Tuesdays. From there, screen time went up each passing day. By Saturday and Sunday, motorists were interacting with their phone screens 139 to 140 seconds per hour, respectively. They even break down what were the distracted drivers doing on their phone. The most used apps while driving. Number 1, Instagram. Number 2, using the camera. Number 3, the WhatsApp messenger service, followed by Facebook and YouTube. Gmail at number 6. Facebook Messenger at 7. Google Chrome, Afterplay, and the phone app. Phone motion is when a phone is rotating with the screen on, the screen is on, while the vehicle is moving. So they can track all that stuff. They know what you're doing out there. It is 844-844-3388. We'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
right, I trust your week's off to a good start here. I know, Monday in the books, got a long way to go. And Sundance Kid, what's happening?
Oh, not much, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. Yeah, I watched the eclipse on TV, and it was pretty interesting. But I need Rex to call back in because I'm doing a flat Earth investigation, and I need him as a witness.
Yeah?
Because I believe I heard him say he saw Venus and Mars at the same time. And I find that hard to believe unless the Earth is flat. Because one's on one side of the Earth and one's on the other.
No, that's not
Am I not correct?
That is not correct.
That's not correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, Venus is on the left side and Mars is on the right.
Yeah, but they're all the
So for him to see,
all the planets are rotating around. Yeah, if you understand, it's the proximity to where the Earth is in association with the sun. Sundance.
Okay. So hold on a second. So Venus was on right here before the sun, and Mars was all the way around on the other side of the sun, on the other side of the planet, so it was like at least we're 93 million miles, so he saw like 180 million miles on the other side of the galaxy.
Sundance, do you not remember going out in the morning and looking at the planetary lineup last summer where we had, I think it was Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, all lined up in the morning sky?
Yeah, and like I said, it still doesn't make sense unless the Earth is flat.
Well, no,
I'm just saying.
It makes perfect sense.
But the Earth's been...
It makes perfect sense.
It does?
If you'll just do your research and understand where the Earth is in association with the other planets. Hey, I shared that little I shared that little link for you the other day because you were talking about how is the moon going to block out the sun, and the physicists explained exactly how the moon in diameter is 400 times smaller than the sun, but the sun is 400 times further away from the Earth than the moon is. It's a very unique setup to where we get to experience eclipses like we did yesterday. Other planets don't get that.
I got you. Well, I mean, that's amazing. I mean, you couldn't have machined it any better on a lathe, I mean, to make it perfect like that.
Yeah.
But all right, so here's my other question. So the moon goes around the Earth, right? It orbits around the Earth.
Yeah, it takes about 28 days, I believe, something like that. Yes.
Oh, it goes around the Earth every day.
No, the Earth.
It arises.
No, that's because the moon, that's why you have your different phases of the moon, the waxing and the waning. The Earth rotates every 24 hours. So the moon is also moving, but it takes about 28 days to make one revolution around the planet Earth. That's why every night when the moon comes, the moon comes up at a different time.
Come up every morning.
It comes up at a different time every day. Hey, there's not a moon out there right now because it passed overhead in front of the sun yesterday. Right. You need to go back and take a little lesson in science.
No, the moon comes up every morning.
Not every morning. No,
it comes up every morning.
When there's a new moon, you don't see it because of its proximity to the sun. But yes, the moon is. Well, the moon came up yesterday, and it just happened to be the middle of the afternoon as the Earth was revolving around. You saw it in the middle of the day. You're not seeing it tonight because it's on the other side of the world.
Right.
As we revolve.
No, it's a new moon. No, it's going to come up later today, but it's a new moon.
Yes, it will. Correct.
I watched it last week. I watched it last week. It come up an hour different every day. It was coming up, and then it would come up an hour earlier or later the next day, and a later, I mean, it comes up every day. The moon comes up every day.
And the moon comes up because the
It don't
Earth
come around every 28 days.
No, the moon comes up because the Earth is revolving, son dunce. The Earth revolves every 24 hours. It's not the moon coming up every 24 hours.
Okay, all right. No, come on now. You got me. Oh my God, my brain is fried.
If you'll just
You're going to get kicked off for misinformation.
If you'll just do a little reason. No, I'm not giving disinformation, son dunce. I'm giving you the accurate report, my friend. My. Next thing he'll be telling me is that the Earth, that the sun rotates around the Earth, right? Every 365 days, the sun makes a rotation around the Earth. That's okay. It's 844-844-3388. Wheelchair Dave, how the hell are you?
Hey, Steve. Is this Mission Control? Are you giving out astronomy classes again?
I could try, but some people just can't grasp it for whatever reason.
I don't know. Maybe you ought to get a little bit of classes on that one planet called Uranus.
There you go. Oh.
Woo! Oh. Well, anyhow, I got to tell you, I was actually pretty impressed with that coverage today. I was flipping back and forth, and for a little while there, and we didn't have anything really here in Georgia. You know, it around 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon got a little darker, but not much. It was better to watch on TV, to be quite honest with you. And boy, they had a hell of a lot of people at the Speedway over there, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yeah, big crowd. I mean, all these festivals and things they had, gatherings at the parks, they all had tons of people.
Yeah, I was quite surprised to see all that coverage and everything going. I didn't realize that this has been in the planning and stuff for a long time, and it was great to see all that activity. Watched and to watch it go from Mexico, from state to state, Texas up through Knucklebusters, Memphis over there, all the way up into.
Yep.
Yeah, that was quite nice. Hey, I told you I got a chance the other day to see you on that Rumble.
Okay, if you can hold that thought, because I gotta pause for the news break. I'm sorry.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza has now crossed the 6-month mark, with many hostages still in Hamas's hands and still with many thousands of Palestinian civilians starving every day. USA's Laura Winters has more.
It's the result of the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel on October 7th, Hamas slaughtering more than 1,000 Jewish people, including Americans, at a music festival and at their homes.
Meantime, the Israeli military said it's withdrawing ground troops from the southern Gaza Strip. The IDF said Sunday its 98th Division is leaving the Strip to recuperate and prepare for future operations. Monday's solar eclipse might have been the reason for some busy traffic on U.S. interstates and highways. Federal Highway Administration estimating that as many as 5 million Americans would be traveling to sites within the event's path of totality. They advise it's probably best for travelers to stay at their solar eclipse destinations a little longer if they want to avoid the crowded highways heading home. The possibility of cloud cover, still a concern. USA's John Schaefer.
According to the latest information from the National Weather Service, individuals from Texas through Arkansas and potentially in Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and western New York may experience obstacles in viewing the eclipse. Northern New England and the regions stretching from southern Missouri to central Indiana have been identified as areas with the most favorable conditions for clear viewing.
The governor of Maryland says that he'll push to have the Port of Baltimore back open and operating by next month.
It is an aggressive timeline, but we are going to work around the clock to make sure that we hit this timeline.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Governor Wes Moore said he's not quite sure how much it will cost. The governor plans to visit with lawmakers in Congress this week to consider more federal funding for reconstruction of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Palestinian civilians and refugees continue starving in the war between Israel and Hamas, as reported. World Food Program Director Cindy McCain says, though, it's not the only area in need.
Right now, Gaza is getting all the attention, and understandably. We cannot forget Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, Yemen, Haiti, as you mentioned. These are parts of the world that are literally on the brink of causing some even larger food crisis than are already happening right now, and I'll speak specifically to Sudan on that.
McCain flagged the humanitarian situation in Gaza in an appearance on CNN's State of the Union. The Israelis have announced plans to reopen a corridor in the north of Gaza to ramp up the flow of humanitarian assistance. Country music star Morgan Wallen now facing charges after police say he threw a chair from a rooftop bar in Nashville Sunday night. It just so happens a number of police officers were standing near where the chair fell on the sidewalk below. This about 11 p.m. when witnesses said they spotted Wallen throwing the chair and then laughing about it. Police are also reviewing security footage of the incident. And the University of South Carolina women's basketball team has wrapped up a perfect season. They won the national championship, 87-75 over Iowa this weekend. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster taking to social media, extending his congrats on what he called another dominating season for the ladies. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that. Would you look at there? Final hour, we'll be kicking things off. Yeah, before we get back to Wheelchair Dave, Sundance, you have to be able to perceive things in 3 dimensions, I guess you'd say. Somebody asked the question, how many times does the moon go around the Earth per day? Which it doesn't. Just like the Earth revolves around the sun, the moon revolves around the Earth. And they break it down, I said it takes about 28 days. It's 27.3 days for the moon to make a rotation around the Earth. That's what they call a lunar month. And if you can try to perceive things 3-dimensionally, the moon revolves on its axis. The moon is spinning, and it takes right about 27 days for the moon to make a full rotation. That's why you remember the old dark side of the moon? The end result of the combination, the Earth rotates on its axis every 24 hours. The moon, on the other hand, rotates once around its axis every 28 days. Once around the Earth is that same 28 days. The end result is, that's why pretty much the same side of the moon is always facing the Earth. Now, it's not exact. It fluctuates a little bit. You're not always seeing the exact same side of the moon, but you've got the dark side of the moon. And by the way, as the moon passed in front of the sun this past day, why was the moon completely black? Because all the light was on what to us would be the dark side of the moon, but it was actually the fully illuminated full moon on the other side. Okay, there's your little lesson. Wheelchair Dave, you were trying to get to a little question there. You said Rumble or something.
Oh, yeah. I told you I got to get on the other day and check you out on Rumble. So I need to bring you up to date there, Steve-O.
Okay.
When you get a chance, look up on your wall there and tell me what time it is on that daggone overnight drive clock.
Oh,
I must be the only one that notices.
When did the time change?
Eastern, it goes forward. Springtime, fall back.
We did the spring forward, so I neglected to move forward an hour, didn't I?
I think you did, brother. You're living in past tense, kind of like light.
I think you are the only one that pays close enough. I just turned around. Yeah, it says 309. It's 409. Yes, I forgot to spring it forward. Thank you.
I think I do that just about every year, man. It seems, I don't know. It just seems like I do that.
You're the one that catches it every time. That's funny, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you have a great week, man. Oh, it was good to hear old Dino, man. I hadn't heard Dean in a long time there. It was nice talking to him. So, all right, I'm going to be listening in, and you all have a great morning. And, hey, we'll look for the next thing.
Hey, well, let's just say the overnight drive clock is on the Central Time Zone. At least at this moment it is. 3:10 a.m. He got me there. That's funny. Let's see. Old brother Rambler checking in here. What's happening? Good morning.
Is this east of the Rockies or the wild card line? I'm confused. Hello, George. I appreciate Tom Danheiser putting me on hold. Anyway, what's going on, brother? How you, man?
Hey, we survived the great eclipse, the cataclysmic event. It was supposed to be the end of the world, we thought.
Oh, brother. You know what? I didn't see a darn bit of it because it was cloudy in Mobile, Alabama. So I went out there about 1:54 Central Time. That's what your clock set on.
Yep.
And it was cloudy, a few drops of rain. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bed. I got to work tonight. So, man, 20 years, when I'm 68, 69 years old, hopefully I'll still be here preaching the word of Almighty God. It's supposed to pass right through, if you look at the path of totality, almost right through Mobile, Alabama. So I'll be able to see it then. But hey, it's all good. And I tell you, good to hear from Dean Michael, our tax doctor. But Dean Michael said a very nasty, ugly word. And when he said it, I was like, oh God, I hope my sciatic did not hear that word being called. Because anytime someone mentions the sciatic nerve, it's like mine wants to jump up and say, oh, you talking about me? Oh, let my presence be felt.
Oh, boy.
My wife works. She's, man, they're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. She works. She's a tax preparer also. Lady Rambler is. And I tell you, she told me, she said, you won't believe the amount of people who owe taxes this year. You don't believe the amount of people that have come in and are totally upset because they're living paycheck to paycheck. They're making over $100,000 a year gross, but they're having to owe taxes. And she said, honey, a lot of them voted for Biden, thinking he was going to do them good. They said, nope, I ain't voting for him this year because they know that when Trump was in office, they were doing good. They were making money. Diana, my wife says the only bad thing Trump did with the tax thing is he did away with the I think it's called the tax credit thing.
Yeah.
It's like when my youngest son turns 18, I won't be able to get that money on him. So the earned income tax credit for children. That's what it is. Said, but other than that, she said people that, were filing taxes when Trump was president, making money hand over fist. And now, boy, they are mad. So, but I want to just thank Pappy for what he did, making that public service announcement. Steve, you don't know, as a minister, as a man of God myself, how many people I've dealt with who have had this problem. Case in point, I'll give you an example. What Pappy was talking about, refresh people's memory about, you just can't go kick someone out of your house like you could the good old days. It is an eviction process you have to go through. Now, there's 2 or 3 ways you can get by with this. Number one, you can hope that the people are dumb enough not to go Google or not to go Safari or anything like that, and that you can kick them out and you'll be done. Number 2, you could hope that they go away, go on a drug binge, go do whatever, and they're gone for 30. Once they're gone for 30 days out of your house, That is not their legal residence no more. But Pappy's absolutely right. You can, you could have a piece of garbage kid come in there, bring some sort of hoochie mama drug addict girl, or have your little hoochie daughter bring in a piece of crap guy and shack up with them in a house that you're paying for, and Pappy's right. You have to evict them. Case in point, there was a couple that lived when I lived in Chickasaw, Alabama, which is a suburb of Mobile, Steve. They were the Hogan camps, and the lady's mother, she was in her 50s, was dying, and she wanted her daughter to have a permanent place to live. So she bought a house for her daughter and her husband. Now the daughter and the husband are in their 50s. Well, beforehand, this woman's daughter had nothing to do with her. The moment they found out that grandmama spent that money, bought them a house, and bought it for her and her husband, boy, they come a running. Oh, we got a place to live now. And they moved in, shacked up, began cooking meth. I mean, they had the house overran with animals and everything. I mean, this poor woman, this woman's daughter would abuse her, beat her, and everything else. She called Chickasaw police, and they would come and they would arrest the daughter, and of course the mother's like, I don't want my girl going to jail. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm hearing this because they consider me their pastor, and I'm like, look, I say, you're not going to be able to ever evict this person because, number one, you got to go through the process now. Number two, if you can get them in jail and they're gone for more than 30 days, then hopefully they're out of your hair. And that's what you could hope for, But a lot of folks would be like, well, I'm not going to do that to my kids. Let me tell you something. When your kid hits 18 years old, and that kid's a piece of crap, and he or she, drops out of school, starts using drugs, and they're using you for your resources, man, hey, you got to go. My oldest son, get a little personal here. Thank God the Lord Jesus Christ, he got the Lord Jesus in his life and is totally clean, been clean for almost 3 years now, But beforehand, buddy, as soon as he turned 18, I said, son, I love you, but you ain't staying here no more. And he learned the hard way. He was homeless. He was on the streets, even did a few times in jail and a couple of stints in prison. But he finally learned. And sometimes, parents, you have to do that. So it's called tough love. That's when you get on bended knees. You say, Lord, Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, protect my children. I know they're doing wrong. It's also the story of the prodigal son and the prodigal daughter. Sometimes they have to find their way inside that pig pit so they can finally look up and say, you know what, I'm a screw up. I really messed up. And a lot of times they don't ever find it, But you got to have that tough love. You got to have that mentality to stand up and say, not in my house. He ain't going to do it. This is a godly house, or if you run a godly house, or if you don't run a godly house, you still pay taxes on that land. You still pay rent or mortgage. That's your domicile. That's your place. But if you're going to let people like that lay up in there, take advantage of you, then Pappy's absolutely right. You got to go through the process. And a lot of times it's between $300 to $500 because you got to go get the eviction, go before the judge. You got to go get it notarized by the notary public, and the sheriff's office has to be the one to hand deliver it to the people. Then they got 30 days when you get delivered to get out of your house. So it's a process. But other than that, Steve, hopefully Pappy can, if I missed anything, Pappy can call back in and correct me on that. Other than that, we had such a great service this past Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. The title of the message was 40 Days of Jesus. And it was like, okay, we knew Jesus rose from the dead, but what did he do? He was on this earth 40 days after he rose from the dead. And we got into detailed accounts through the book of Acts, the book of Luke, book of Mark, book of Matthew, of what Jesus did and what he's still doing today. And he's still in the miracle healing, miracle delivering, and he's still in the salvation business. Praise God for that. Well, Steve, I got to get off here because I'm right next to a set of railroad tracks, and I hear a train a-coming, and it's rolling around the bend. It's just to get loud, brother. God's children know that I love you. I pray for you, and I pray that everyone be safe out there. Hopefully no one's got burnt corneas and burnt eyes
right.
staring at the eclipse. Hopefully everyone got to see it. There's going to be another one 2027. If you want to buy your passport and go to Egypt, I think it would be awesome to go to Egypt and seeing the eclipse with the pyramids. But we love you, God's children, and remember, love just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and Steve, I'll talk to you another time, and let someone else call the east of the Rockies, west of the Rockies, the wild card line. Love you, brother. Goodbye.
Good morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what do you say? 22 past the hour. You go back on the camera. Eskimo Mom, I know your home 20 was definitely in that path of totality. What'd you think?
Oh, it was awesome, mesmerizing. It was just wonderful. It was weird and everything all at the same time. It was just so neat. Just sitting there, and it's like all of a sudden it just went totally dark, and then it was dark for 3 minutes, and then you basically you could just see right on the horizon. It was light. But it was just it was just totally, it was like nighttime at the same time. You see some of the planets, and street lights were on. It was and we even I'm opposite on my porch with my husband. We even saw a bat flying around during that time.
Really?
And it was just yeah, and it was just so cool. And then but also the color, and then everything was all, and before the eclipse and after after totality. Before and after, the colors were kind of muted and everything, and it was just so weird and so wonderful, and it's just something I'd love to experience again.
Yeah. So you're gonna make your reservations to fly to Egypt here in a couple of years?
I don't know, but and also too, one of the things that was part of the total eclipse, there was a solar prominence at the bottom,
yes,
towards the south,
and
it was so cool to watch. It was almost like a little dot.
Yeah.
On there, it was just so cool.
On the television coverage, I could, watching the Weather Channel, you could there was a prominence up toward about the 1-2 o'clock hour if you were looking at a clock, and the other was down toward 5 o'clock, and That was pretty fascinating, yeah.
That 5 o'clock one, and we could kind of see. All the others really couldn't see unless we had like a telescope or something like that.
Yeah.
But it was just really, really neat. And then it's like just as sudden as it went dark, it started getting back into light, and it was just so neat. And then one of our local meteorologists was playing the footage from the eclipse, starting in Texas and going all the way up towards Maine. And it's like you could see, it's like a satellite radar data, and you could see like that black going from Mexico all the way up towards Canada. It was just so neat to watch.
The shadow, yep. I know that I saw a story, I think somewhere, there was somebody that lives up and around the Dayton area that apparently this was either their 17th or 18th total eclipse. Like he and his wife travel all around the world chasing these darn things, and this time he didn't have to leave his house.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was somebody in Texas. I want to say somebody in Texas. It was like 105 or something like that.
Oh, really?
And
this was somebody in the teens of eclipse. There's somebody that's actually been to 100 of them.
Yeah, I didn't hear about anything about that one. I know one of our local news reporters is up in Wapak, Wapakoneta. For those of you who are not local, at the Armstrong Air and Space Museum, ran across a couple from Greece who's been who travels around the world to nearly every single eclipse, and they're in the teens, if not 20s now. And it was just so cool. It was just so cool to hear their story.
Wow. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, I did a quick search here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. There was a story from Yahoo News of somebody who's spent their life chasing eclipses, and I believe at 105, Fort Worth man has been chasing eclipses for decades. Okay, that's the one.
Yeah, and I think he went to Ohio State or something like that. He's got an Ohio connection. But and it was also too. It was just in addition, it was just crazy. Like seeing some of these parking lots around town all closed off, and if you wanted to park there to watch the eclipse, you had to pay a fee.
Mm-hmm.
And it just and I know and then like the fair. There's various locations around. They had at other fairgrounds and various locations around the area. They all had like festivals or food trucks or something or some other special going on. It was just really cool.
So it's a lot of hype and a lot of build up for 3 damn minutes, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But it's 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes of that. It's one of God's miracles.
Kind of a life changing event. Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's just something. It's just something. It's if you love space weather, it's just so cool.
All right, well, Eskimo Mom, hey, it's good to hear from you. I'm glad you enjoyed, and ultimately, because 24 hours before, I was based on the forecast and the models I was looking at about this time 24 hours ago. I said, I don't think we're going to see anything because we had some rain pushing through the overnight hours there into Monday morning, and skies cleared. Sun came up bright and early, and it was just down. I mean, we just had a few those high wispy clouds that the sun would show right through. So it was great. All right, well, I got back to your calls here. First, we get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden criticizing Donald Trump for his position on abortion. In a statement on Monday, Biden asserted the former president bears responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade and alleged that Trump would endorse a national abortion ban if elected. The statement follows Trump's release of a video where he expressed his belief that abortion laws should be determined by individual states. Millions of Americans traveled to see Monday's solar eclipse. The Federal Highway Administration projected that as many as 5 million people traveled somewhere to secure the optimal viewing spots. California could become the first state in the U.S. to pass a right to disconnect from work law. It would restrict employers from contacting employees during off hours. The proposed bill would mandate that companies better specify employees' compensated hours and prohibit them from expecting employees to respond to calls, texts, or emails outside of that time frame. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, I look at my screen and it says something about somebody calling to bitch about the weather or something. What's going on, Senor Heatwave?
Oh, nothing much. No, it was just cold where I was on 7. Over there at Silverthorne, it was 15. I'm like, brr. So, and then me leaving my jacket at the house.
Uh-oh.
Well, at least I didn't have to be outside for too long. Just had to cool off the tires, and I was good to go. Well, I missed out on the eclipse, but I figured I'd be catching videos from the other people that were fortunate enough to film it. So I won't, this stuff that we are experiencing now, we didn't have this 40, 50 years ago. I mean, now we got a cell phone that's got more computing power than what the rockets were having, taking our crews up to the moon to go do some rock, being rock hounds up there. I mean, our phones are so much more better. We've got more technology to make sure that, whatever we don't see, we'll see eventually. So I wasn't too worried about it. I was enjoying my sleep.
Yeah, you go.
Oh, goodness. Yep. So, UConn, congratulations. I was listening to about the first 15 minutes of the game, and I thought it was going to be a nail-biter all the way through. I guess halftime came around, and UConn opened up another can of whoop someone's hind end.
Right.
And they put it to them. So, Steve, did you ever think that you would see a group of people chanting "Death to America"?
Not in America.
American
Not
soil.
in America, but yeah, that in Michigan, right? Was that? I saw the headline about Michigan. Was it Dearborn per se by chance, or?
It could have very well have been. I mean, I don't know if y'all were talking about it because I've got pretty poor reception out here in the mountains, but I was just wondering if someone had made a comment about it. And if not, I'd like to be ones that do.
Nobody's brought it up on the program, but yes, I mean the last couple of days. I guess that was over the weekend. The anti-Israel protest, right? Death to Israel, death to America. They're chanting.
Now that I would consider that a terrorist action, and we've gone really damn soft. And they're going to be saying, well, it's our Second Amendment right. Yeah, it is, but you don't yell fire in a crowded theater either. So, I'm going to be one of those that say if you are on this soil and you're taking advantage of what the Constitution says you can do once you become a naturalized citizen, I think you forfeit everything, and your butt needs to be hauled out, just like the garbage. Put in a plane and flown back to your country of origin, because we've got enough of our own damn nuts here that's making this country divided. We don't need to be importing or letting others come in and telling us, how our policies need to be. Damn it, they came here because they wanted something better, like a free handout, but they need to assimilate to our way of doing things here instead of them demanding that we bow down to their, needs and desires. It is just very infuriating. And I would say something a lot stronger about how we need to deal with these people, but I think I've said it before in the past about an invading army and what needs to be done, but I don't want to go too far again. So other than that, I've just been very busy out here, which is surprising. Last week I was talking to a few of the other gentlemen and ladies, and we were talking about how many miles I did last week, And all I could say is, this next paycheck's going to be pretty nice. I should be able to catch up on the house payment and start making payments on the credit card bills. Now, whether or not this is going to continue, that remains to be seen. But right now, it seems like they're getting freight from somewhere. So we're all busy, and I may be doing a 34 out here in Denver. So at least I got my dirty clothes with me. I can go to the washateria and get them cleaned up and be ready to go back for another 70.
There you go.
So, yep. So, my brother in Texas, his name's Jason, from the adopted family. He sent me a photograph of Totality in Temple, Texas. And I'll say that real fast 5 times. And, it just looked like it was a moonlit night with clouds. I mean, it was, I'm sure it was darker than what the picture was, but yeah, it seems like they had a good view of it. So, but other than that, you're talking about the accident there in Waco, Texas. Just how the interstates were all messed up. They just expanded that 4-lane interstate to like an 8-lane interstate here in the last couple of years. But the thing is, people driving I-35, and it don't matter where you start driving. You start driving it from Laredo, and you go all the way up to the Oklahoma line. I mean, these people think that is the Indianapolis 500. They ain't no laps. It's miles. How fast you can go and how soon can you get there? People are just crazy, and you get them all sorts. You get them coming in from Mexico. You get them coming in from every other part of the country. I mean, just man, I don't know why it is. It just seems like I-35 is one of the more dangerous interstates to deal with. And granted, I used to live in that neck of the woods, but I didn't hit the interstate very often because we had enough to do in the Bell County and Falls County and Milam County with the back roads that we didn't need to worry about going on the interstate and checking the other yards out there to see if the grass is greener, so to speak. So, but that's going to be it for me. I just figured I'd give my 2 bits on some of the things that's going on and see if someone else had the same ideas or what they want. So y'all be careful out there, and we'll holler at y'all tomorrow.
All right there. Senor Heatwave, have a good morning. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, I mean, who would ever thought you'd be hearing the chant of death to America on our soil? Anti-Israeli activists chanting death to America and death to Israel. Yes, it was a rally in Dearborn, Michigan. According to the Middle East Media Research Institute, Friday, it was International Quds Day, being held to support Palestine and oppose Israel's war on Hamas in Dearborn. It was represented, of course, which is represented by Representative Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian-American member of Congress. Now, that city has notoriously been dubbed America's jihad capital. Yeah, the imam who declared the International Al-Quds Day, this is why he would say to pour all of your chants and all of your shouts upon the head of America. All right, the long story short, you had Representative Phil Green said, we've got a problem of anti-Israel and anti-American sentiment in Dearborn especially. It saddens me to see the world's problems coming to our doorstep. Dearborn has the largest Muslim population per capita in the United States. It was home for an uncommitted against Biden, the vote there in Michigan's presidential primary. Now, Biden won Michigan by roughly 150,000 votes in 2020. That state will play a pivotal role come this November. All right, see what's happening. Hey, good morning, Vic. Did you happen to be in the totality zone today?
Yeah, I said it was a bright, sunny day and everything, and I got started working on an old lawnmower. Wheel was squeaking, and the next thing I know, I've got the whole thing apart, and I'm starting to put it back together, and I feel this cool breeze come up, and so I thought, well, I better get it set back in and get my glasses and all this other stuff. And I did all that and kind of interrupted things and put it back together. And there were only 2 bolts missing. I probably put a couple of them someplace I shouldn't have. I kind of, you know how you get started on something, and one thing leads to another, and it all started with a squeaky wheel, and I violated the basic tenet whenever you take something apart, count your bolts, and it's like, well, did I miss it, or were they gone before, or whatever? So anyway, my wife and I, we sat outside back on a little patio-like thing. It's not really a patio. It's just some concrete that they poured on the back. I bought a patio and a storm door, so they told me, but I didn't look at the measurements of it, and it's less than what I expected. I'll just put it like that. But we sat there, and I think when we started following it, I believe we turned our chairs 45 degrees to keep constantly aligned with it. And it was odd because the dogs and everything were barking. And then whenever it actually went into totality there, everything went dark. And all of our lights, our solar-powered lights, they came back on and all that stuff. But what really amazed me was whenever we came back out of the totality, there was the slightest sliver of light, there that you could see coming through from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, everything just lit up. I mean,
yep.
I was amazed. I was amazed at how little of the sun that could show and just light everything up. And I commented to my wife there. I said, all these greenies that are running around talking and everything, and they're talking like the Earth is static. If the Earth and the planets and everything was static, we would have this ever so often, but constantly it would be the same thing. But we don't have that eclipses constantly. They change. So the individual called, I believe, was last night talking about the educational purposes. Well, I believe maybe there's some people at the top of the food chain that need to kind of observe that and realize, hey, wait a minute, we really can't change anything, and we can't do this or do that and make life better because the Earth, all the different planets and everything are going to move. And so I had, when I was messing with my lawnmower, I had these allergies, so I had to kind of take some antihistamines. And I kind of fell asleep, but I heard you earlier in the show mention about me always talking about their carbon and all this other stuff. And it just that's what irritates me. It's like, people, this is not science. This is your imagination or whatever you want to say it. And I don't know if anybody sacrificed any virgins like the natives used to do, but lo and behold, the sun came back, and that's pretty much the way that's going to happen, either with AOC's Green New Deal, or whether that happens or not, but it's going to disrupt a lot of life on Earth there. And you were mentioning about these people chanting death to Israel in America. There are standards for people in Congress, and it goes back to the end of the Civil War. And so this Congress, I don't know why, but there are some people that need to be expelled from Congress, and they're so worried about this J6 committee and so-called insurrection and everything. Well, real quick, there was a process in place that goes back to the Electoral Count Act of 1887, and the people that interrupted that, we still don't know. It wasn't the electoral count per se that was interrupted. They were in the process of protesting that. The election of Biden via the Electoral Count Act of 1887, that was a process that was interrupted. Now, why would a person that was protesting the election of Biden interrupt the process that they wanted to proceed with? Obviously, they weren't the people that did the interrupting, and they're not the people that should be going to jail. Somebody else should be going to jail that wanted to interrupt that process, because had that process been followed through, Biden would never have been president. We wouldn't be tangled up over there with a lot of different wars. And as far as Israel, I couldn't find a good article to you, but we've known since 1967 that Israel has material to make a nuclear bomb, and they have the knowledge, and some of the materials was supplied surreptitiously. And they think Israel has ran some nuclear tests. Now, if anybody believes that the Israelis that remember the Holocaust are going to stand still and get overrun by anybody, they got another thing coming. And that's what I don't understand, why Biden knowing this. It's like, look, we're going to be dead one way or the other. So we're going to take somebody with us, and we're not going back to the death camps, the Auschwitzes and all that. So I just don't know where Biden is coming from, other than he wants a re-election, and I don't even think he knows what he's doing, other than he wants to fly in the big plane and all that other stuff.
Right.
So anyway, that whenever we're coming up on this, and it's like deja vu all over again. They're talking about abortion. They're talking about Russia, and now we have this endemic right now with the avian flu. But real on the deal with, and they're lying on all of it. And that's like Trump come out and said abortion is a states' right issue. Biden comes out and says Trump's seeking a federal abortion ban. Now, if you can reconcile those two statements, because to have a federal abortion ban, you'd have to have,
He's saying something totally the opposite. I mean, I guess the fact, since Joe said it, the mainstream media runs it, and everybody, they expect people out there to believe it. Yeah, Trump made it perfectly clear. The states need to determine, and let the people in every state determine what they want in their state. It's states' right.
Correct. And the reason it has to be a state right is the people performing an abortion in whatever state they're in, they're going to be subject to the state's medical malpractice laws. And then they're going to be subject to the state's manslaughter or abortion laws, murder laws, I should say. I mean, it's all a state thing, but whenever they had the Roe v. Wade, the federal thing, then that took the state protection away from all the medical practitioners, and it also took that away from the people seeking an abortion, because then they couldn't go back on somebody that did a botched job. And before all this Roe v. Wade and everything else came about, and they're talking about backyard abortions and everything else, that was back in my teenage years and one thing and another, and how rumors fly about, so-and-so had to go get an abortion, and they knew this doctor or whatever.
Right.
But look, and then whenever I went through veterinary school, or I shouldn't say went through veterinary school, but when I went through the pre-vet and all that, we learned how to give an abortion to an animal that might have been bred too young, as a purebred or something like that, and they wanted to reverse that. And usually they start out by teaching, how to do that, even with human and everything. And I know sometimes, and this did happen. They said, well, so and so went to the bathroom and she had a miscarriage. Well, I can tell you what probably happened, but I don't want somebody out there doing it. But there are certain things that happen when a woman becomes impregnated. The womb becomes protected for that baby to develop properly. And there's a very simple procedure that can make sure the woman will have a spontaneous abortion at some point. You just remove what protects that womb.
Yeah.
And then as people go a little bit farther, they insert something up in there to remove the fetus or whatever, that's developing. And so anyway, the thing that's saying that there's going to be a federal abortion ban, it's improper. And they said you go to your state legislature, our science is better. We can look at it and everything and make sure that something doesn't happen. And I'm a little bit upset with some of the radical legislators that are saying, well, no, we can't have any for rape or incest or if something's wrong with the child or whatever. And that's making it easy to continue with Biden's law. But anyway, with Biden's, I shouldn't say law, his outright lie. But anyway, I hope Trump gets back in office so we can clean up a lot of this stuff, all the money that was spent on COVID. I mean, the billions of dollars. And then he's worrying about forgiving loans to college students. That's another thing. Having just filled out my taxes.
Yep.
Anybody.
And he just stated the fact that, we offered student loan forgiveness and the Supreme Court stopped us. But that didn't stop us. We're finding other means. All right, we got to roll there, Vic, but let me see. Hello to Truckinville. Happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Had a good view of the eclipse from the GM facility in Fort Wayne yesterday. Sent me a photograph he got there. A high of 71, 75 in Sterling Heights for the day ahead as we get ready to do our thing once again. Depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip it back again. All right, so hope you enjoyed that. That photo looks looks like you're about 80% coverage, somewhere 75, 80% in Michigan this past day. All right, that'll just about wrap things up here. It's going to be an active day, next several days. As far as Mother Nature's concerned, for our friends in the southern tier of the country, areas under the gun for the day ahead, Texas, Louisiana, parts of southern Arkansas. We're talking flooding rains. Rains this morning extending all the way over to Atlanta, from Dallas to Atlanta. And that's going to be the word of the day, rain, rain, rain in the southeast. Hope to see you back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.